Hello and welcome to this delightful, clean, historical Western romance by Shelfie audiobook. We're thrilled to have you join us. Before we dive in, please take a moment to hit the subscribe button, give this audiobook a thumbs up, and share it with your friends. Your support in these small ways helps us bring you more heartwarming romance stories at no cost. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself be swept away into a world of adventure, love, and unforgettable characters. Enjoy! This audiobook is copyrighted by Shelfie Bennett. Chapter 1: Arrival in Redemption. Eleanor Price winced as the stagecoach hit another rut, sending her petite frame lurching against the leather seat. Her gloved fingers tightened instinctively around the silver locket nestled in her palm, her grandmother's final gift, and now her sole comfort in a world turned mercilessly against her. The elderly gentleman seated across from her offered a sympathetic smile. "First time in the territories, Miss Price." "Is it that obvious, sir?" Eleanor managed a small smile, despite her exhaustion. 6 days of hard travel had left her bonnet askew, and her blue traveling dress coated with a film of dust that no amount of brushing seemed to remove. Most newcomers don't quite realize what they're in for. He gestured toward the window. "This ain't Boston. That's certain." Eleanor's gaze drifted to the harsh landscape beyond the glass. Endless stretches of scrubby desert punctuated by the occasional twisted juniper and towering saguaro cactus. The Arizona Territory in 1876 was indeed nothing like Boston, where she'd spent her entire 24 years until 3 weeks ago. The memory of her final days in the city crashed over her with unexpected force. The doctor's grim-faced announcement of her father's passing, the banker's barely concealed satisfaction as he explained that Thomas Price's debts exceeded his assets, the landlord's cold demand for immediate payment or immediate departure. Clutching her locket tighter, Eleanor closed her eyes against the sting of tears. She'd sold everything, the furniture, her mother's porcelain, even her beloved books, and still barely scraped together enough for this one-way journey west. "You feeling poorly, miss?" The gentleman's voice pulled her back to the present. "No, thank you, just remembering." She straightened her spine, the way her father had taught her. "A lady never reveals her troubles," he'd said. Even now, Eleanor couldn't bring herself to disappoint him. The stagecoach rounded a bend, and Eleanor shifted to ease her cramped muscles. The rough journey gave her ample time to reread Thomas Mitchell's letters. Now worn at the creases from constant handling, she could recite them by heart. His descriptions of his ranch 10 miles outside Redemption, his gentle humor, his promise of a decent life for a woman willing to make a fresh start as his wife. "I may not offer the refinements of Boston society," he'd written, "but I can promise honest work, a comfortable home, and respectful treatment. I seek a partner, not a servant." Such simple words, yet they'd been her salvation when all other doors closed. A mail-order bride was never what Eleanor had envisioned for herself, but Thomas Mitchell's straightforward letters suggested a kind, honorable man, perhaps. Not love, not yet, but the possibility of contentment, security, even friendship. The third passenger, a rail-thin traveling salesman who'd boarded at the last stop, cleared his throat. "Headed to Redemption, miss? Brave choice for a lady alone." Eleanor glanced up, meeting his watery gaze. "I'm to be married." "Well, now, that's different." He nodded approvingly. "Still, you'd best be careful. Apache trouble's been getting worse this season. Army can't seem to keep them on the reservation." The elderly gentleman scowled. "The Indians ain't the only danger. Plenty of white men causing more trouble than the Apache ever did. That Davidson gang hit another stage last month, not 30 miles from here." "Davidson gang?" Eleanor asked, her throat suddenly dry. "Outlaws," the salesman supplied eagerly. 5, maybe 6 of them. Robbed stages, mining shipments. Killed 2 guards over in Tucson way." He leaned forward, voice dropping conspiratorially. "Even heard tell they're connected to some Confederate dead-enders still causing trouble. War's been over 11 years, but some just won't let it lie." The stagecoach driver's voice suddenly called down from above. "Redemption just over this next ridge, folks. Be there in 10 minutes." Eleanor's heart stuttered. 10 minutes to her new life. 10 minutes until she would meet the man whose letters she'd memorized, whose small pencil sketch showed a solid-faced gentleman with kind eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. 10 minutes until she'd know whether the biggest gamble of her life would pay off. Her fingers traced the intricate engravings on her grandmother's locket. Inside nestled a tiny portrait of her parents on their wedding day, and a strange series of markings her grandmother had never explained. "Keep this close," the old woman had whispered on her deathbed. "It's more precious than you know." Eleanor slipped the chain around her neck, tucking the locket securely beneath her high-necked collar. Whatever awaited her in redemption, she would face it with the Price family dignity intact. Thomas Mitchell had promised her a chance at a new beginning. After all she'd endured, surely fate would finally show her some kindness. The stagecoach crested the ridge, and Eleanor caught her first glimpse of redemption in the valley below. A cluster of wooden buildings surrounded by vast emptiness, shimmering in the afternoon heat like a mirage that might vanish if she blinked too hard. This dusty frontier town would be her home now. Eleanor straightened her bonnet, brushed at the wrinkles in her travel dress, and took a deep breath. Whatever happened next, there was no going back. The stagecoach lurched to a halt before Higgins's General Mercantile, sending a cloud of dust billowing across Redemption's main street. Eleanor gripped the leather strap beside her as the vehicle settled on its springs with a weary groan that matched her own exhaustion. "Redemption. 20-minute stop. Those continuing on to Tucson be back prompt," the driver called, his voice carrying the practiced authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. Eleanor gathered her reticule and straightened her spine before accepting the driver's outstretched hand. She stepped down carefully, mindful of the rutted street that had turned to hardened ridges in the relentless Arizona sun. The bustle around her was surprising. She'd expected a sleepy outpost, but Redemption pulsed with the frenetic energy of a mining boom. Prospectors with sun-leathered faces strode purposefully toward a building marked Autorial Mining Claims Office. Cowboys lounged against hitching posts, eyeing newcomers with idle curiosity. A saloon called the Lucky Strike spilled tinny piano music and raucous laughter into the street despite the early hour. Ladies in calico dresses hurried along the plank sidewalks, baskets over their arms, while suited businessmen congregated outside what appeared to be a small bank. Eleanor scanned the crowd, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Thomas Mitchell had promised to meet her stage, yet she saw no sign of a gentleman matching the small likeness he'd sent. A solidly built man with a kind face and neatly trimmed beard. "You need help with your trunks, miss?" the driver called down from his perch as he tossed mail sacks to a waiting attendant. "Yes, please, but I'm expecting someone to meet me." Eleanor turned in a slow circle, fighting the rising sense of unease. Mr. Thomas Mitchell? Has anyone seen Thomas Mitchell? A few passers-by glanced her way but continued about their business, indifferent to her plight. Eleanor smoothed her travel-worn skirts and fixed her gaze on the stagecoach office. Surely the station master would know something. As she made her way toward the office, she felt an odd prickling sensation at the back of her neck, the unsettling awareness of being watched. Eleanor glanced over her shoulder and froze. A man stood motionless amid the flow of townspeople, studying her with unnerving intensity. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in dark trousers and a dust-covered duster that hung open to reveal a gun belt. Unlike the miners and cowhands who populated the street, this man carried himself with a predatory alertness that made the hair on her arms rise. What seized her attention, however, was his face. Beneath his left eye, a star-shaped scar puckered the tanned skin, giving him a sinister aspect despite his otherwise handsome features. Dark hair fell carelessly across his forehead, and his eyes, a piercing blue-gray that reminded Eleanor of winter skies over Massachusetts Bay, held her gaze without apology or pretense. She broke the uncomfortable connection first, hurrying the remaining distance to the station office. A balding man in sleeve garters looked up from his ledger as the bell above the door announced her entrance. "Afternoon, ma'am. How can I help you?" "I'm looking for Mr. Thomas Mitchell," Eleanor said, struggling to keep her voice steady. "He was to meet today's stage. I'm Eleanor Price, his correspondent." She chose the word carefully, reluctant to announce her status as a mail-order bride to a stranger. The station master's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something... pity? Crossing his features before he could mask it. Mitchell, you say? Yes. He owns a ranch outside of town. We've been corresponding for several months, and he's expecting me. The words tumbled out faster than she intended, as if their speed could prevent whatever news was coming. The door opened behind her, bell jingling cheerfully in contrast to the sudden tension in the room. Eleanor knew without turning that it was the man with the scar. His presence filled the small office like a storm front. She's looking for Mitchell, the station master said, addressing the newcomer with evident deference. I heard. The man's voice was deep and rough-edged, as if he used it sparingly. He moved to stand beside Eleanor, not looking at her but at the station master. Might as well tell her, Thompson, the station master sighed. Miss, I'm afraid I have some bad news. Thomas Mitchell is dead, the scarred man finished bluntly. Shot 3 days ago at Cottonwood Creek Crossing. Took 2 bullets to the chest. Eleanor felt the blood drain from her face. The office tilted alarmingly, and she gripped the edge of the counter. There must be some mistake, she whispered. I received a telegram just 10 days ago confirming my arrival date. No mistake, the man said. He finally turned to look at her directly, his expression unreadable. Mitchell's been buried since Monday. Eleanor struggled to process the information. Dead. Thomas Mitchell was dead. Her future, so carefully arranged through months of correspondence, had vanished like morning mist. Her knees weakened, and she feared she might collapse there on the worn floorboards of the station office. A strong hand gripped her elbow, steadying her. Eleanor looked up into the scarred face of the stranger. You'd best sit down before you fall down, he said, guiding her to a bench against the wall. Thompson, get her some water. Eleanor sank onto the bench, her mind racing. What was she to do now? Her return fare to Boston had been spent on new clothes suitable for a rancher's wife. She had exactly $8.23 to her name, not even enough for a week's lodging. The scarred man crouched before her, bringing his face level with hers. This close, she could see the fine lines around his eyes, the weather-beaten quality of his skin that spoke of years under harsh sun. Miss Price, is it? When she nodded mutely, he continued. I'm Gideon Kane. I was tracking the men who killed your... Mitchell. Tracking? Eleanor repeated numbly. I'm a bounty hunter. The Davidson gang's got a $500 price on each of their heads. They shot Mitchell when he stumbled across their camp. Seems they've been using Cottonwood Creek as a hideout between jobs. Eleanor accepted the tin cup of water that Thompson handed her, the metal cool against her trembling fingers. A bounty hunter, she echoed. The occupation conjured images of ruthless men little better than the criminals they pursued. Kane's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Yes, ma'am. Not a profession that wins many popularity contests, but it keeps the territory safer than it would be otherwise. He stood, seeming even taller from her seated position. The point is, I know what happened to Mitchell, and I'm sorry you've come all this way for nothing. The brutal finality of those words, for nothing, struck Eleanor like a physical blow. She'd endured the loss of both parents, the humiliation of financial ruin, and a grueling cross-country journey, only to arrive at nothing. No home, no husband, no future. She raised her chin, summoning the pride that had sustained her through Boston's coldest charity. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Kane. It was direct, if not gentle. Something that might have been surprise flickered across Kane's scarred face. He'd expected tears, perhaps, or hysterics. Eleanor had seen too much of life's cruelty to indulge in either. What will you do now? He asked, the question startlingly practical. Eleanor looked down at her dusty traveling dress, the reticule containing her meager funds, and the trunks visible through the office window still strapped to the stagecoach. What indeed? I don't know, she admitted, the words tasting of ash and defeat. But I'll think of something. I always do. The Silverado Hotel lobby smelled of pine soap and cigar smoke, an improvement over the stagecoach's leather and dust, but Eleanor hardly noticed. She sat stiffly on a horsehair settee, her back perfectly straight despite her exhaustion. The hotel owner, Mrs. Greeley, had grudgingly allowed her to wait in the lobby while she sorted her situation, making it clear that without payment, no room would be forthcoming. This is the coffee. From the stagecoach, each thump as they hit the boardwalk felt like another nail in the coffin of her hopes. Gideon Kane leaned against the reception desk, hat in hand, watching her with those unnerving gray-blue eyes. He had escorted her to the hotel after her near collapse at the station, a courtesy she hadn't expected from such a forbidding man. "The Davidson gang," he said, continuing his explanation, "has been operating in this territory for 8 months. 5 men led by Jacob Davidson, former Confederate guerrilla turned outlaw. They've hit 3 stages, a payroll wagon and 2 banks." Eleanor nodded absently, struggling to focus on his words. What did outlaws matter when her entire future had just crumbled to dust? Mitchell wasn't their target, Kane added. Just bad luck. He was returning from a supply run and stumbled onto their camp. They shot him, took his horse and supplies. I see. Eleanor fingered the small reticule in her lap. Inside was all that remained of her fortune, $8.23, a handkerchief embroidered with her mother's initials, and the folded photograph of Thomas Mitchell. Such a small collection of treasures to show for 24 years of life. Mrs. Greeley bustled past, pausing to whisper "None go quietly" to a drummer checking in at the desk. Mail order bride, poor thing. Man got himself killed before she even arrived. She clicked her tongue. Been happening more lately. These Eastern gals don't understand what they're getting into out here. The drummer cast a curious glance Eleanor's way, then leaned closer to Mrs. Greeley. Shame, pretty little thing. Wonder what she'll do now. Heat flushed Eleanor's cheeks, but she kept her gaze fixed on her gloved hands. Being discussed like a stray dog was humiliating, but she'd endured worse in the months after her father's death. At least here, no one knew of her family's disgrace back in Boston. Kane pushed away from the desk, irritation flashing across his scarred face. "Mrs. Greeley, perhaps you could find somewhere else to conduct your gossip." The hotel owner sniffed indignantly but moved away, taking the drummer with her. Eleanor took a deep breath. "Thank you, Mr. Kane, but you needn't concern yourself further. I'm sure you have outlaws to track." His mouth quirked at one corner, almost a smile. "The Davidson gang isn't going anywhere that my tracking skills can't find them." The hotel's front door swung open, admitting 3 women in brightly colored satin dresses, their faces heavily painted despite the early hour. Eleanor recognized them instantly as saloon girls. She might be sheltered, but she wasn't ignorant. The women glanced her way, then huddled together whispering. The tallest, a striking redhead in emerald green, approached, her eyes showing unexpected kindness. "Excuse me, honey, we heard about your trouble." She extended a gloved hand. "I'm Ruby. I work over at the Lucky Strike." Eleanor hesitated, then accepted the handshake. Eleanor priced, "It's kind of you to inquire." Ruby nodded, glancing meaningfully at Gideon, who'd moved a few steps away but still watched them. "Look, honey, times like these, a woman's got to be practical. If you need work, we could use another girl at the Lucky." "Pete, the owner, he treats us decent." "No rough stuff allowed, fair split of drinks sold," one of the other women called over. "Better than starving, honey." Eleanor swallowed hard. "I appreciate your kindness, truly, but I couldn't possibly." "Don't get high and mighty," Ruby said, though her tone remained gentle. "Out here, sometimes a gal's choices boil down to survival or starvation. Pride don't fill an empty belly." "I understand," Eleanor said softly, "but I have other skills. I can sew, keep accounts, teach children. There must be respectable employment somewhere in town." Ruby's painted lips curved in a sad smile. "Redemption's got 15 men for every woman, honey. Most jobs a lady can take are already filled by wives and widows, but suit yourself." She pressed a folded paper into Eleanor's hand. "The offer stands if things get desperate. Ask for Ruby." As the women departed in a rustle of satin and cloud of perfume, Eleanor stared at the paper in her palm. How quickly circumstances could change. 3 weeks ago, she'd been a Boston lady, fallen on hard times. Now she was being recruited for saloon work in a territory that barely qualified as civilized. She drew herself up straighter. There had to be another way. She'd find it or make it herself. $20 a month, plus room and board, Mrs. Greeley announced, suddenly appearing before her. That's what the school teacher makes, but she's been here 5 years and the position isn't open. The older woman's eyes held a hint of sympathy beneath their businesslike assessment. Milliner's assistant pays $15, but Mrs. Phillips just hired her niece. General store might need help at Christmas. Eleanor did the arithmetic quickly. Even at $15 a month, she'd need nearly 2 months' wages just to afford passage back to Boston, where nothing awaited her but the same desperate circumstances she'd fled. "Thank you for the information," she said, keeping her voice steady. Mrs. Greeley hesitated. "I can let you have a room tonight for $1 after that." She shrugged apologetically and returned to her desk. Eleanor closed her eyes briefly. One night to figure out how to survive in this harsh new world that had betrayed her before she'd even properly arrived. When she opened her eyes, Gideon Kane stood before her, his tall frame blocking the late afternoon sun from the window. The shadows accentuated the star-shaped scar beneath his eye, making him look even more formidable. "Miss Price," he said, "I believe I might have a proposition for you." "A proposition?" Eleanor echoed, wariness creeping into her voice. After Ruby's offer, the word carried uncomfortable implications. Gideon seemed to realize his misstep. "A business arrangement," he clarified, seating himself across from her in a leather chair that creaked beneath his weight. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, the position making him slightly less intimidating. "I have a homestead about 2 hours outside of town. Nothing fancy. Cabin, small stable, garden." Eleanor waited, uncertain where this was heading. "I need to leave within 2 days to track the Davidson gang. Their trail gets colder by the hour." Gideon's expression hardened. "I can't leave my place unattended for weeks. Last time I came back to find someone had broken in, helped themselves to my supplies." Understanding dawned slowly. "You're suggesting I watch your home while you're gone?" He nodded once. "I need someone to keep an eye on things, feed the horses, tend the garden. In exchange, you'd have a roof over your head, food to eat, and a safe place to stay until you decide what's next for you." Eleanor studied him cautiously. The arrangement solved her immediate problem of shelter, but "Mr. Kane, while I appreciate the offer, it would hardly be proper for me to live alone in a single man's home." A flicker of impatience crossed his face. "Miss Price, you're in the Arizona territory now. Propriety takes different forms here than in Boston." "Perhaps, but I still have my reputation to consider." "Your reputation?" He almost smiled. "Out here, a woman's reputation depends more on whether she can shoot straight and pay her debts than who's living under her roof." His expression softened marginally. "But I understand your concern." Before Eleanor could respond, the hotel door opened again, admitting a thin man in clerical collar and dusty black suit. The hotel owner immediately straightened. "Afternoon, Reverend Parker. Can I bring you some tea?" "No, thank you, Mrs. Greeley. I've come to speak with Miss Price." The preacher approached their corner, nodding respectfully to Eleanor and Gideon. "I heard about your situation, my dear. Most unfortunate. News traveled quickly in small towns." Eleanor reflected. "Thank you for your concern, Reverend." "Mr. Kane," the preacher acknowledged with a cautious nod. "I trust you're not bothering Miss Price." "Actually," Eleanor interjected, "Mr. Kane has offered me temporary accommodations at his homestead while he pursues the men who killed Thomas Mitchell." The Reverend's eyebrows shot up. "I see. And you're considering this arrangement?" "I'm weighing my options," Eleanor said carefully. Reverend Parker studied Gideon with undisguised reservation. "Kane's reputation in these parts is complicated." "Meaning?" Eleanor asked. "Meaning, some folks consider me barely better than the men I hunt," Gideon said flatly. The preacher had the grace to look uncomfortable. "That's not entirely fair. Mr. Kane performs a necessary service, even if his methods sometimes raise eyebrows. He turned to Eleanor. But I will say this. Despite his profession, he's a man of his word. If he's offered you shelter without improper expectations, you can trust that promise. Eleanor blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected endorsement from the town's spiritual leader. My late partner lived at the homestead for 3 years, Gideon added. His room stands empty. It would be yours with a proper door and lock. I'm offering shelter, Miss Price, nothing more. Eleanor considered her options, such as they were. She could spend precious dollars on a room tonight. Then what? Accept Ruby's offer at the saloon? Beg assistance from the church? Throw herself on the mercy of strangers? Or she could accept this unexpected lifeline from a man who, despite his forbidding appearance and profession, had shown her more consideration than most. Very well, Mr. Kane. I accept your offer, with the understanding that it's temporary, only until I secure proper employment or decide on another course. She straightened her shoulders. I insist on contributing to the household. I'm an excellent cook and can keep accounts if needed. Something like respect flickered in Gideon's eyes. Fair enough. He stood, settling his hat on his head. I'll bring the wagon around for your trunks. We should leave soon if we want to reach the homestead before dark. After he departed, Reverend Parker took his vacated seat. Ms. Price, I feel obligated to mention that while Mr. Kane is trustworthy, this arrangement may still affect how folks in town view you. I appreciate your concern, Reverend, but as Mr. Kane pointed out, I'm not in Boston anymore. Eleanor offered a tired smile. And it seems the Arizona Territory demands practical solutions over perfect propriety. Indeed it does. The preacher patted her hand. My wife and I will keep you in our prayers, and should you need assistance of any kind, our door is always open. An hour later, Eleanor found herself perched beside Gideon Kane on the bench seat of a sturdy wagon, her trunks secured in the back along with supplies he'd purchased in town. The wagon creaked into motion, drawing curious stares from passers-by. From the hotel doorway, Mrs. Greeley watched with lips pressed in disapproval. The saloon girls paused on the boardwalk, Ruby offering a little wave. A cluster of men outside the barber shop didn't bother to lower their voices as they speculated on her arrangement with the notorious bounty hunter. Eleanor kept her gaze fixed firmly ahead, ignoring the whispers that followed them down the street. Beside her, Gideon Kane remained silent, his scarred face impassive as he guided the horses toward the outskirts of town. What on earth had she gotten herself into? And how had her carefully planned future dissolved so completely in the space of a single afternoon? As redemption fell away behind them, Eleanor clutched her grandmother's locket beneath her collar. For better or worse, she'd made her choice. Now she would have to live with it, in the isolated homestead of a dangerous man who hunted other dangerous men for money. The wagon rolled onward, carrying her deeper into the unfamiliar wilderness of the Arizona Territory and a future she couldn't begin to imagine. Chapter 2. The Homestead. The wagon creaked over another rise, the fourth in what seemed an endless procession of hills. Eleanor gripped the seat as they descended, the horses picking their way carefully down the rutted trail. 2 hours had passed since they'd left Redemption, and the sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape. She'd given up trying to make conversation after the first hour. Gideon Kane was not a man who filled silence with idle chatter. He'd answered her initial questions about the territory with brief, practical responses, then lapsed into a watchful quiet that seemed as much a part of him as the scar beneath his eye. What struck Eleanor most was his constant vigilance. Every few minutes, his gaze swept the horizon in a practiced pattern, checking ridgelines, studying the brush alongside the trail, occasionally pausing to listen for sounds beyond the creak of wagon wheels and the steady clip of hooves. He held the reins in his left hand, keeping his right conspicuously free near his holstered revolver. "Do you expect trouble, Mr. Kane?" Eleanor finally asked as he completed another visual sweep of their surroundings. His shoulder lifted in a half shrug. "Not expecting, preparing. Difference between living and dying out here." The blunt assessment sent a chill through her despite the afternoon heat. Eleanor had known the frontier would be dangerous. Every Eastern newspaper delighted in lurid tales of Apache raids and outlaw gangs. But experiencing that danger as a constant companion rather than a distant threat was sobering. "There," Gideon said suddenly, nodding toward a gap between two scrub-covered hills. "Home's just beyond that pass." Eleanor leaned forward, eager for her first glimpse of the place that would be her temporary refuge. As they cleared the pass, the landscape opened into a small, sheltered valley. Nestled against the base of a rocky hillside stood a log cabin, more substantial than she'd expected, with a covered porch stretching across its front. A small stable stood nearby, and beyond it, a fenced garden plot showed neat rows of green plants. A creek glinted in the late afternoon sun as it wound its way past the western edge of the property. "It's lovely," she said, genuine surprise in her voice. Gideon cast her a sidelong glance, as if checking whether she was being sincere. "It's serviceable," he corrected, though she caught a hint of pride in his tone. The wagon rolled to a stop before the cabin, and Gideon set the brake before jumping down. He circled to her side, offering a hand to help her descend. Eleanor hesitated only briefly before accepting, acutely aware that this was the first time they'd touched, beyond his steadying grip at the station. His hand was calloused and warm, his grip firm but careful, as if he was conscious of his strength. Her boots touched the hard-packed earth of the yard, and she took a moment to orient herself. The position of the cabin had been carefully chosen, she realized. It backed against the hillside, eliminating approach from the rear, while offering clear views of the surrounding valley. No one could approach unseen. Another example of Gideon's perpetual vigilance. "I'll show you inside, then unload your trunks," he said, already moving toward the cabin. The wooden door swung open on well-oiled hinges. Eleanor followed Gideon into a main room that served multiple purposes: living area, kitchen, and workspace combined. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth swept clean. A solid table with 4 wooden chairs stood near a cast-iron cookstove. Open shelves held cooking utensils, tin plates, and basic supplies, all arranged with military precision. The furnishings were sparse but sturdy: a bench with worn cushions beneath the front window, a rocking chair beside the fireplace, a desk with a straight-backed chair in one corner. No decorative touches softened the utilitarian space, yet it possessed a certain austere dignity that suited its owner. "Kitchen's stocked," Gideon said, gesturing toward the pantry. "Pumps outside for water, outhouses behind the stable." He moved toward a closed door on the right side of the room. "This'll be your room." Eleanor followed, bracing herself for cramped quarters. Instead, the door opened to reveal a small but adequately sized bedroom containing a narrow bed with iron frame, a chest of drawers, and a washstand with ewer and basin. A braided rug covered part of the plank floor, adding an unexpected touch of comfort. "My partner Simmons used this room for 3 years," Gideon explained. "Been empty since he was killed last winter." "I'm sorry for your loss," Eleanor said quietly. Gideon's face remained impassive. "Hazard of the profession." He pointed to a small iron latch on the door. "Lock works, keys in the drawer." The implication was clear. Her privacy would be respected, her safety ensured. Such consideration from this harsh man continued to surprise her. As she moved further into the room, Eleanor's gaze caught on a framed photograph atop the chest of drawers. She stepped closer, then glanced questioningly at Gideon. "You can put that away if you want," he said, following her gaze. "Never got around to clearing his things." But it wasn't Gideon's late partner who had drawn her attention. The photograph showed a group of Union soldiers, young men with solemn faces in uniform blues. Among them stood a younger Gideon Kane, unscarred and clean-shaven, but unmistakable with those intent eyes. "You fought in the war," she said softly. His jaw tightened. 6th Ohio Cavalry. Seems a lifetime ago. He turned abruptly toward the door. "I'll get your trunks. Make yourself at home." Eleanor watched him go, realizing that in those few words, he'd revealed more about himself than in all their previous conversations combined. The war had shaped an entire generation of men, her father included. What had it made of Gideon Kane? And how had he traveled from Union soldier to frontier bounty hunter, with a star-shaped scar and eyes that never stopped watching for danger? A question for another time, perhaps. For now, she had a new life to organize in this unexpected sanctuary. By nightfall, Eleanor's trunks had been installed in her room, though she'd unpacked only the essentials. She smoothed her hands over the serviceable gray dress she'd changed into, having shed her travel-stained blue ensemble with relief. A quick wash with cool water from the ewer had refreshed her somewhat, but exhaustion tugged at her bones after the emotional and physical trials of the day. Still, there were matters to settle before she could rest. She found Gideon in the main room, lighting a lamp against the gathering darkness. The warm glow softened the austere space, casting long shadows against the log walls. "Mr. Kane," she began, clasping her hands before her, "I believe we should establish some guidelines for our arrangement to ensure mutual comfort during my stay." He looked up from adjusting the lamp wick, his expression unreadable in the half-light. "Seems reasonable." "I propose to earn my keep through cooking, cleaning, and tending to the garden," Eleanor continued, having prepared this speech during the quiet journey. "In exchange for shelter and protection. Is this agreeable?" Gideon nodded once. "Garden needs attention. Been away too much lately." "Very well," Eleanor took a breath. "As for household matters, I'll need to understand your preferences and routines. Meal times, laundry days, and so forth." A faint smile ghosted across his face, there and gone so quickly she almost missed it. "Miss Price, my routine isn't exactly what you'd call civilized. I eat when hungry, sleep when I can, wash clothes when they need it." He shrugged. "Living alone doesn't require schedules." "Perhaps not," Eleanor countered, "but living together, even temporarily, does require some coordination. For instance, when do you typically rise in the morning?" "Dawn." "Then I shall have coffee ready at dawn," she said decisively. "And breakfast to follow, dinner in the evening when your work is done. Does that suit?" He studied her for a moment, then nodded again. "Suits fine. But you don't need to wait on me, Miss Price. I've fended for myself a long time." "I'm not waiting on you, Mr. Kane. I'm fulfilling my part of our arrangement." Eleanor straightened her shoulders. "Now, regarding supplies and provisions, I'll need to familiarize myself with what's available." "Help yourself to whatever's there," he said, gesturing toward the pantry. "Town's a half-day ride if you need something special." Eleanor moved toward the pantry, eager to assess its contents before preparing their evening meal. Opening the door, she found shelves stocked with basic staples: flour, coffee, beans, salt pork, dried apples. The organization, however, left much to be desired. Cooking implements mingled haphazardly with foodstuffs, and several items appeared to have been hastily shoved onto shelves with little regard for accessibility. Without thinking, she began rearranging, placing cooking tools on one shelf, baking supplies on another, preserves and dried goods where they could be easily inventoried. "What are you doing?" Gideon's voice came from directly behind her, startling her so badly she nearly dropped a sack of beans. "Good heavens, Mr. Kane!" She pressed a hand to her racing heart. "Do you always move so silently?" "Habit," he said, not sounding particularly apologetic. "You're rearranging my pantry." Eleanor turned to face him, suddenly aware of how close he stood in the narrow pantry doorway. She had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze, an unusual experience for a woman of her average height. "I'm improving your pantry," she corrected. "How do you find anything in this chaos? The coffee is behind the salt pork. The sugar's mixed with the ammunition, which, I might add, should not be stored near food items. And there are 3 open sacks of flour when 1 would suffice." His brows drew together in a scowl. "I know where everything is." "Do you indeed?" Eleanor challenged, reaching past him to retrieve an item from the top shelf. "Then where are the matches?" Gideon's gaze flicked to the shelf, then back to her face. His silence was answer enough. "As I suspected," she said, allowing herself a small smile. "They're by the stove where they belong." She turned back to her organization project. "I'm not criticizing Mr. Kane, simply making improvements that will benefit us both during my stay." She continued working, half expecting him to object further. Instead, after a moment of silence, she heard a sound that might almost have been a chuckle. You're determined, I'll give you that." His voice held a note of reluctant admiration. "Organize away, Miss Price. Just remember I'll be gone in 2 days, so all these improvements are for your benefit, not mine." Eleanor glanced over her shoulder to find him watching her with an expression that had softened from annoyance to something closer to curiosity. "I doubt that, Mr. Kane. Efficiency benefits everyone, present or absent." By the time she'd finished reorganizing the pantry and taken stock of available ingredients, darkness had fallen completely outside. Gideon had retreated to his desk in the corner, where he appeared to be cleaning a rifle with methodical precision. "I'll prepare a simple supper," Eleanor announced. "It's late and we're both tired." Gideon merely nodded without looking up from his task. As Eleanor moved about the kitchen area, becoming accustomed to the stove and utensils, she found herself glancing repeatedly at the bookshelves near Gideon's desk. The collection appeared substantial for a frontier cabin, and decidedly unexpected for a man of Gideon Kane's profession. Her curiosity finally overcame her discretion. "You have quite a library, Mr. Kane," she observed, nodding toward the shelves as she sliced salt pork for the skillet. He looked up, following her gaze to the books. "Reading passes the time between jobs." Eleanor moved closer to examine the titles. History volumes, practical guides to tracking and wilderness survival, and, most surprising, several works of literature, including Shakespeare, Dickens, and even poetry collection. "These are fine editions," she said, genuine admiration in her voice. "Do you have a favorite?" Something in Gideon's expression shifted, as if her question had caught him off guard. "Emerson's essays, maybe." He returned to his rifle, adding almost defensively, "Man makes sense." "Indeed he does," Eleanor agreed, surprising him again. "My father was particularly fond of self-reliance. He could quote entire passages from memory." Their gazes met briefly across the room, a fleeting moment of unexpected connection through shared literary appreciation. Then Gideon looked away, resuming his work on the rifle. Eleanor returned to her cooking, aware that she'd glimpsed something beneath the bounty hunter's hard exterior, something that complicated the simple picture she'd begun forming of her temporary landlord. Supper was a simple affair of fried salt pork, beans, and biscuits. Eleanor managed to assemble from the newly organized pantry supplies. They ate in silence initially, the only sounds the scrape of utensils against tin plates and the occasional pop from the dying fire. "It's good," Gideon finally said, the compliment sounding rusty from disuse. "Better than trail cooking." "Thank you." Eleanor took a sip of water. "Mr. Kane, how long do you anticipate your pursuit of the Davidson gang will take?" He considered the question while chewing a mouthful of biscuit. "Hard to say. Could be 2 weeks, could be a month." "I see." Eleanor tried to hide her dismay at the potential length of her isolation. "And you live here alone since your partner's passing?" Gideon nodded. "Simmons and I worked together 5 years. Good man, steady." His expression darkened. Davidson gang got him too. Ambush near the border. Understanding dawned. "So this isn't just another bounty for you. It's personal. Justice is always personal. Otherwise, it's just money." Gideon's tone made it clear he didn't wish to elaborate further. Eleanor changed the subject to more practical matters. "What should I do if someone comes here while you're gone?" "No one should. Nearest neighbor is 15 miles south. Old prospector named Willoughby. Harmless." Gideon set down his fork, his expression serious. "Keep the door barred at night. There's a rifle above the fireplace, loaded. You know how to shoot?" Eleanor shook her head. "I've never had occasion to learn." "I'll show you tomorrow. Basic safety, how to load and fire." He studied her face. "You're not afraid of firearms, are you?" "No," Eleanor replied honestly. "Merely inexperienced. I'm willing to learn whatever is necessary for survival here." Gideon seemed satisfied with her answer. "Good. 3 shots fired in succession is a distress signal in these parts. Anyone within earshot will come investigating." The meal concluded with a few more practical discussions about the well, the garden, and the 2 horses in the stable. As Eleanor collected the dishes, a weight of fatigue descended fully upon her. The emotional turmoil of discovering Thomas Mitchell's death, combined with the physical strain of travel and the tension of establishing her new circumstances, had depleted her last reserves. "I believe I'll retire for the night if you'll excuse me," she said, stifling a yawn. Gideon rose from the table. "Get some rest. Dawn comes early." Eleanor nodded, gathering her courage to ask one final question. "Mr. Kane, do you regret offering me this arrangement? It's not too late to reconsider if you've had second thoughts." He looked at her steadily, his scarred face thoughtful in the lamplight. "No regrets, Miss Price. You needed shelter. I needed someone trustworthy to watch the place. A hint of that almost smile touched his lips again. Even if you do rearrange my pantry without permission? Eleanor found herself returning the smile, their first moment of genuine accord since meeting. Good night, Mr. Kane. Good night, Miss Price. In her small room, Eleanor turned the key in the lock. Not from fear of her host, but from the comfort of establishing this space as her own in a world that had become unfamiliar and unpredictable. She changed quickly into her nightdress, too tired for her usual careful toilette, and slipped beneath the rough but clean blankets of the narrow bed. Outside, she heard Gideon moving about the cabin, checking doors and windows with the same vigilance he'd shown throughout their journey. The sounds were oddly comforting, evidence of his commitment to security, to keeping danger at bay. As sleep claimed her, Eleanor's hand curled around her grandmother's locket, still warm from resting against her skin. In a single day, her carefully constructed plans had shattered and reformed into something entirely unexpected. She had no idea what tomorrow would bring, but at least she would face it with a roof over her head and, it seemed, a reluctant ally in the formidable Gideon Kane. Eleanor awoke to the rich aroma of coffee and the sound of movement in the main room. For a disorienting moment, she forgot where she was. The unfamiliar ceiling above her, the narrow bed beneath her back, the quiet that ran deeper than any she'd known in Boston. Then memory rushed back. Thomas Mitchell dead, Gideon Kane's homestead, the bargain she'd struck out of desperation. Gray dawn light filtered through the small window. Eleanor rose quickly, disappointed that Gideon had risen first despite her promise to have coffee ready at daybreak. She dressed efficiently in a simple brown skirt and cream shirtwaist, pinning her chestnut hair into a practical knot at the nape of her neck. No time for vanity in her new circumstances. When she emerged from her room, she found Gideon packing provisions into saddlebags spread across the table. He glanced up, nodding a silent greeting. "Good morning, Mr. Kane," she said, moving toward the stove where a pot of coffee simmered. "I see you're an early riser indeed." "Been up since before first light," he replied. "Got a lot of ground to cover today." Eleanor poured coffee into 2 tin cups, offering one to Gideon. "You're leaving, then?" He accepted the cup with a brief nod of thanks. "Trail gets colder by the hour. Davidson and his men were headed south toward the border last anyone saw." He took a long swallow of the hot liquid. "Need to be in the saddle within the hour." Eleanor tried to ignore the flutter of apprehension in her stomach at the thought of being left alone in this isolated cabin. Instead, she busied herself preparing a quick breakfast, biscuits left from the previous night, fried bacon, and the last of a jar of preserves she'd discovered in her pantry preparation reorganization. They ate quickly, the meal punctuated by Gideon's practical instruction. "Garden needs watering every morning unless it rains. Well's reliable, but don't waste water." He gestured toward the window. "Mare in the stable is gentle enough. Solomon the gelding can be ornery. Both need grain morning and night." Eleanor nodded, committing each detail to memory. "And the cabin itself? Any particular concerns?" "Bar the door at night. Keep shutters latched after dark." Gideon's expression grew more serious. "Now, about that rifle I mentioned." After breakfast, he led her outside to a clearing behind the cabin. A row of cans had been set up on a fallen log about 20 paces away. Gideon retrieved the Winchester rifle from above the fireplace, showing Eleanor how to hold it properly. "Stock against your shoulder, firm but not too tight," he instructed, guiding her hands into position. "Sight down the barrel, squeeze the trigger smooth, don't jerk it." Eleanor was acutely aware of his proximity as he adjusted her stance, his hands brief but sure on her shoulders and arms. The rifle felt foreign in her grasp, heavy and deadly. When he stepped back, she felt suddenly unbalanced, as if his solid presence had been anchoring her. "Go ahead," he encouraged. "Try a shot." Eleanor took a deep breath, aimed as he'd shown her, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle's report was deafening, the kick against her shoulder stronger than expected. She missed the can by a considerable margin. "Again," Gideon said, not unkindly. "This time, breathe out as you squeeze." 3 more attempts yielded one glancing hit that sent a can spinning. Not impressive, but Eleanor felt a surprising flash of pride nonetheless. "That'll do for now," Gideon said, taking the rifle. practice if you want, but remember, rifles for emergencies. If someone approaches, show yourself on the porch with it. Most trouble will pass on by if they know the place isn't defenseless. He demonstrated loading and unloading, then made her repeat the process until he was satisfied she could manage it alone. Remember, he added, 3 shots in succession is the distress signal. Anybody within hearing distance will come to investigate. And how far does that sound carry? Eleanor asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Far enough. Old Willoughby would hear it. Maybe folks from town if the wind's right. Gideon studied her face. You having second thoughts, Miss Price? Eleanor straightened her spine. No, Mr. Kane. I gave my word, and I'll keep it. I merely wish to understand the parameters of my situation. Something like approval flickered in his eyes. You'll do fine. You're made of sterner stuff than most Eastern women I've encountered. Coming from Gideon Kane, Eleanor suspected this constituted high praise indeed. Back at the cabin, he completed his preparations with methodical efficiency. Extra ammunition, jerky and hardtack, a bedroll, and various tracking tools all disappeared into his saddlebags. Eleanor watched silently, wondering what kind of man could ride confidently after dangerous outlaws with such minimal provisions. I'll show you the lockbox before I go, Gideon said, buckling the last strap on his gear. He led her to a small concealed cabinet built into the wall beside the fireplace. Inside sat a metal strongbox. Emergency funds if you need them. $20 should cover any supplies until I return. Eleanor blinked in surprise at this display of trust. That's very generous, Mr. Kane. It's practical, he corrected. Can't have you stranded without necessities. He closed the cabinet, showing her how the panel blended seamlessly with the wall when shut. Only use it if you have to. By mid-morning, Gideon's stallion was saddled and loaded, pawing impatiently at the hard-packed earth of the yard. Eleanor stood on the porch, arms crossed against the sudden chill she felt despite the warming day. Gideon swung into the saddle with practiced ease, settling his hat more firmly on his head. Anything else you need to know before I go? A dozen questions crowded Eleanor's mind, practical concerns mingled with unnameable fears, but she pushed them aside. This man was already doing more for her than anyone had since her father's death. She wouldn't repay his generosity with feminine hysterics. I believe we've covered the essentials, she said calmly. Godspeed, Mr. Kane. I hope you find justice for your partner. Gideon studied her for a long moment, as if assessing her resolve. You'll be all right, Miss Price. You've got more grit than you realize. He touched the brim of his hat in a gesture somewhere between courtesy and salute. I'll return as soon as I can. With that, he turned his horse and rode away, following the trail that led toward the pass between the hills. Eleanor watched until horse and rider were no more than a distant speck against the vast landscape. Only then did she allow her shoulders to sag, the weight of her solitude pressing down like a physical burden. For the second time in her life, she had been abandoned in unfamiliar territory. First by her father's death, now by Gideon's departure. But this time was different. This time, she had shelter, provisions, and at least rudimentary means to defend herself. Eleanor straightened her back, lifting her chin in defiance of the emptiness around her. She was a Price, and Prices did not surrender to adversity. Whatever the Arizona territory might throw at her, she would face it with the dignity her father had instilled in her from childhood. With one last glance at the now empty trail, Eleanor turned and walked back into the cabin. The door closed behind her with a solid thud, the sound emphasizing both her isolation and her determination to survive it. The first day of solitude passed in careful exploration. Eleanor examined every corner of the cabin, familiarizing herself with its sturdy construction and practical layout. Gideon Kane, she decided, was a man who valued function over comfort, security over convenience. The window shutters were reinforced with iron braces. The main door featured not one, but 2 heavy wooden bars that slotted into metal brackets. Even the stone chimney had been constructed to prevent entry too narrow for a man to squeeze through, the fireplace protected by an iron grate. In the kitchen area, Eleanor discovered a trapdoor beneath a rug that led to a small root cellar. Shelves of preserved vegetables and fruits lined the cool, earthy space, more provisions than had been visible in the pantry. Clearly, Gideon planned for extended absences and potential sieges. The thought was both comforting and unsettling. The desk in the corner yielded the most interesting discoveries. Carefully organized in the drawers were stacks of wanted posters and bounty notices. Eleanor's eyes widened as she read the descriptions of the men Gideon hunted. Murderers, stagecoach robbers, cattle rustlers, each with a price on his head ranging from $50 to $500. One notice in particular caught her attention. A crude sketch of a bearded man with cold eyes, beneath the name Jacob Davidson. The description listed his crimes: murder, robbery, assault. The reward, $500, dead or alive. Scrawled in the margin in what she recognized as Gideon's handwriting were notes about Davidson's known associates and last reported locations. Eleanor set the notice aside with a shiver. These were the men Gideon pursued alone into the wilderness, violent men with nothing to lose. What kind of man made his living this way? And what had transformed a Union soldier into a frontier bounty hunter, solitary and scarred? Near the desk stood a large wooden chest secured with a heavy padlock. Eleanor ran her fingers lightly over its surface. Curiosity piqued, but she wouldn't violate Gideon's privacy by attempting to open it. Whatever secrets it contained, they were his to keep. As dusk approached, Eleanor completed her survey of the cabin's interior and moved outside to tend the garden and animals as Gideon had instructed. The mare, a gentle sorrel named Penny, accepted her ministrations with equanimity. Solomon, the ill-tempered gelding, flattened his ears when she approached his stall, but allowed her to leave feed and fresh water. Returning to the cabin in the fading light, Eleanor felt the first real pangs of isolation. The silence of the frontier pressed against her ears, broken only by the occasional call of an unfamiliar bird or the whisper of wind through scrub brush. No clatter of carriages on cobblestones, no voices of neighbors, no familiar sounds of city life to remind her she wasn't alone in the world. She prepared a simple supper, the motions automatic while her mind churned with the strangeness of her circumstances. A month ago, she'd been a respectable Boston lady fallen on hard times. Now, she was alone in a bounty hunter's cabin in the Arizona Territory, learning to shoot rifles and bar doors against unknown threats. That night, securing the cabin as Gideon had instructed, Eleanor felt a momentary surge of panic. The darkness outside seemed absolute, the wilderness vast and indifferent to her presence. She checked the rifle's position above the fireplace 3 times before retreating to her room, leaving the door ajar so she might hear any disturbance. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by unfamiliar sounds. The creak of the cabin settling, the cry of a coyote in the distance, the whisper of wind through the eaves. Each noise jolted her awake, her heart pounding until reason overrode instinct, and she recognized the sound as harmless. Near dawn, something scratched at the cabin wall near her window. Eleanor lay frozen, straining to identify the sound. It came again, a distinct scraping that couldn't be attributed to wind or settling timbers. Moving silently, she slipped from her bed and padded to the main room, lifting the rifle from its pegs with trembling hands. The scratching continued as she approached the window, rifle clutched awkwardly against her chest. With one finger, she eased the shutter open a crack and peered into the gray pre-dawn light. A large raven perched on the windowsill, its beak working at something caught in the rough-hewn wood. It paused, fixing Eleanor with a beady black eye, then resumed its task with single-minded determination. Eleanor's breath left her in a rush of nervous laughter. She returned the rifle to its place, chiding herself for such fearfulness. If she were to survive here, she would need to acclimate to the sounds and rhythms of frontier life. That morning, she established a routine that would structure her days in Gideon's absence. Up at dawn to tend the animals and garden. Breakfast while reviewing Gideon's small but surprising collection of books. Housekeeping and mending until midday, reading or writing during the hottest hours, more outdoor work as the day cooled, supper as the sun set, then securing the cabin for the night. The routine became her anchor, each completed task a small victory over the wilderness and her own fears. By the 3rd day, she could identify most of the sounds that had startled her initially. By the 5th, she slept through the night without waking at every coyote's howl. In the evening hours, Eleanor began keeping a journal, a record of her days that took the form of letters to her deceased parents. The writing served as both emotional outlet and companionship of sorts. "Dear Father," she wrote on the 6th night, You would hardly recognize your daughter now. Today I split wood for the cook stove without assistance. My hands are developing calluses that would horrify Mother's bridge circle, but I find myself oddly proud of these marks of useful labor. The rifle no longer feels so foreign in my grasp, though I pray I'll never need to use it against anything more threatening than the tin cans Mr. Kane set up for practice. I wonder what you would make of him, this scarred, taciturn man who has offered me shelter when I had nowhere else to turn. He is unlike any gentleman of our acquaintance in Boston. His manners are rough, his speech direct to the point of bluntness. Yet there is an underlying honor to him that I cannot help but respect. He fights dangerous men, yes, but I suspect he does so from a sense of justice rather than mere profit. The books on his shelves suggest a mind at odds with his profession. Emerson, Thoreau, Shakespeare. Not the reading material one expects from a frontier bounty hunter. There are mysteries here, layers beneath the surface, that intrigue me despite my better judgment. Eleanor closed the journal, aware that her musings had drifted from practical observations to personal reflections about Gideon Kane. Such thoughts were dangerous. He was her temporary landlord, nothing more. Any interest she felt was merely the natural curiosity one might have about a benefactor with such contradictions in his character. A week passed with no sign of Gideon's return. Eleanor found herself scanning the horizon whenever she worked outside, listening for hoofbeats that didn't come. The isolation weighed less heavily now that she'd adjusted to the rhythms of the homestead, but she couldn't deny a growing concern about her host's extended absence. What if something had happened to him? What if the Davidson gang had ambushed him as they had his partner? How long should she wait before seeking help? And from whom? These questions circled in her mind as she tended the garden on the morning of the 8th day. The vegetables were thriving under her care, beans climbing their poles, tomato plants heavy with green fruit, carrots showing feathery tops above the soil. She'd found unexpected satisfaction in nurturing these growing things, witnessing the tangible results of her labor. As she straightened from pulling weeds, wiping perspiration from her forehead with the back of her hand, Eleanor's gaze drifted to the distant hills. No familiar silhouette of horse and rider appeared against the cloudless sky. Just as well, she told herself firmly. She was managing quite adequately on her own, proving with each passing day that she possessed more grit, as Gideon had put it, than even she had realized. Still, as she returned to the empty cabin to prepare her solitary midday meal, Eleanor couldn't help but wonder where Gideon Kane was at that moment, and whether he was safe in his dangerous pursuit. The concern surprised her with its intensity. Somehow, in the space of their brief acquaintance, the forbidding bounty hunter had become more than a convenient solution to her desperate circumstances. He had become someone whose welfare mattered to her. A realization as unexpected as it was undeniable. Chapter 3. Return of the Hunter. Eleanor jolted awake, momentarily disoriented in the pitch darkness. Something had disturbed her sleep, a sound that didn't belong to the now familiar nocturnal chorus of the wilderness. She lay perfectly still, straining to hear over the pounding of her heart. There it came again. Hoofbeats, approaching the cabin at a slow, uneven pace. It had been 14 days since Gideon Kane rode away from the homestead. 14 days during which Eleanor had settled into the rhythms of solitary frontier life with surprising ease. Each day brought new small victories. Mastering the temperamental cook stove, coaxing reluctant vegetables from the garden, even practicing with the rifle until she could hit the cans with reasonable consistency. But those accomplishments offered little comfort as she slipped from her bed and reached for her wrapper, tying it with trembling fingers. The hoofbeats had stopped. Moving silently, Eleanor crept into the main room, the floorboards cool beneath her bare feet. She lifted the rifle from its pegs above the fireplace, remembering Gideon's instructions. Stock against your shoulder, sight down the barrel. Squeeze, don't jerk. A soft nickering came from outside, followed by a thud and a muffled groan. Human sounds, not the threat of Apache raiders that had haunted the edges of her imagination during sleepless nights. Eleanor approached the window, rifle ready, and eased the shutter open a crack with her elbow. Moonlight bathed the yard in silver, illuminating a ta-ta-ta-ta-ta that sent her heart into her throat. A horse stood by the hitching post, head hanging with exhaustion. Beside it, a dark figure had collapsed to one knee, clutching the saddle horn for support. Even in the dim light, Eleanor recognized Gideon's broad-shouldered silhouette. But something was terribly wrong. He struggled to rise, fell again, then remained motionless on the hard-packed earth. The rifle clattered against the wall as Eleanor abandoned caution. She fumbled with the door bars, fingers suddenly clumsy with urgency. The moment the last bar lifted, she flung the door open and rushed into the yard, heedless of her nightclothes or bare feet. "Mr. Kane?" Gideon's head lifted at her voice, his face a pale oval in the moonlight. He tried to speak, but the words emerged as a rough groan. As Eleanor reached him, he slumped sideways, would have fallen completely if she hadn't caught his shoulders. "My God," she gasped, feeling the warm stickiness that soaked the left side of his shirt. Blood. So much blood. "Davidson's men," Gideon managed, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Ambush." "Don't try to talk," Eleanor urged, struggling to support his weight as she helped him toward the cabin. "Can you walk? I can't carry you." Gideon made a sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't held such pain. "Survived worse," he muttered, but his legs buckled as he tried to stand upright. Somehow they made it to the cabin door, Gideon leaning heavily against her smaller frame. Eleanor had never been so grateful for the hours of physical labor that had strengthened her arms and back over the past 2 weeks. Even so, it was a desperate struggle to maneuver his tall, solid form across the threshold and toward the chair beside the fireplace. "No," Gideon gasped as she tried to lower him into the chair. "Bed, need to lie down," decision flashed through Eleanor's mind. The proper thing would be to help him to his own room, maintain the boundaries of their arrangement, but propriety wouldn't serve either of them now. Her room was closer and she couldn't support his faltering steps much longer. "This way," she said, guiding him toward her bedroom door. "Just a few more steps." By the time they reached her bed, Gideon was barely conscious, his breathing shallow and labored. He collapsed onto the mattress with a groan that tore at Eleanor's heart. She hastened to light the lamp on the bedside table, then turned back to assess his injuries. The sight nearly stole her breath. Gideon's shirt was soaked with blood from a wound high on his left side, just below his ribs. His face was gray with pain and blood loss, his usually keen eyes glazed and unfocused. "I need to see the wound," Eleanor said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "I'll have to cut away your shirt." Gideon managed a slight nod, his eyes drifting closed. Eleanor's hands trembled as she fetched scissors from her sewing basket. The enormity of the situation threatened to overwhelm her. She was alone with a gravely wounded man, miles from medical help with only the rudimentary nursing skills her mother had taught her years ago in Boston. "Focus on what needs doing, not what might go wrong," her father's voice echoed in her memory, steadying her. "One step at a time. Clean the wound, stop the bleeding, prevent fever." The lamp cast harsh shadows across Gideon's face as Eleanor carefully cut away his blood-soaked shirt. The wound revealed was a deep furrow across his side, where a bullet had carved a path through flesh without lodging inside. Thank God for small mercies. She had no idea how to extract a bullet. "Water," Gideon rasped, his cracked lips barely moving. Eleanor hurried to fetch water, gathering clean rags and her small supply of medicines as well. When she returned, Gideon had slipped into unconsciousness, his breathing ragged but persistent. As she worked to clean and bind the wound, Eleanor found unexpected strength in the urgency of the task. Her fingers grew steadier, her movements more certain. The bullet had torn a vicious path along Gideon's ribs, but the bleeding was already slowing. A hopeful sign? What troubled her more was the heat radiating from his skin. Fever had set in, perhaps from infection or simply the trauma of the injury and his long ride home. Home. The word formed in her mind unbidden. When had she begun thinking of Gideon's cabin as home? Later, she told herself firmly. There would be time for such reflections later if, when Gideon recovered. For now, she had a man's life in her hands, and she would not fail him. The night stretched endlessly as Eleanor maintained her vigil beside Gideon's fevered form. She bathed his face and chest with cool cloths, coaxed water between his parched lips when he was lucid enough to swallow, and changed the blood-soaked bandages on his wound. During brief moments of consciousness, Gideon's eyes would open, unfocused and bright with fever. He rarely recognized her, calling her by unfamiliar names, Sarah once and Lieutenant Cooper several times. His fevered mind had carried him back to other places, other battles. "Hold the line," he muttered as Eleanor pressed a fresh cloth to his forehead. "Cooper, tell the men, hold the line." "Yes," she soothed, uncertain whether to play along with his delusions. "The men are holding." Gideon's hand shot out, gripping her wrist with surprising strength. "Fredericksburg! Too many! We've lost too many!" Eleanor gently extracted her wrist from his grasp. "Rest now. You're safe." His gaze seemed to clear momentarily, focusing on her face with a flicker of recognition. "Miss Price?" "Yes." "I'm here," she said quickly, hope surging. "You're at your homestead. You were shot, but you're going to be all right." But lucidity slipped away like water through cupped hands. Gideon's eyes drifted closed again, his head rolling restlessly on the pillow. "Should have seen them coming," he murmured. "Simmons. My fault. Never should have split up." Her heart ached at the raw guilt in his voice. Even in delirium, responsibility for his dead partner weighed on him. Throughout the night, fragments of Gideon's past emerged through fever dreams. Battles during the war, bounties gone wrong, moments of loss and violence that had shaped him into the hard, solitary man who had offered her shelter when she needed it most. Toward dawn, his ramblings grew quieter, punctuated by long periods of stillness that frightened Eleanor more than his delirious struggles. She pressed her fingers to his wrist repeatedly, reassuring herself with the steady, if rapid, pulse that beat beneath his skin. As pale light began filtering through the window, Gideon fell into a deeper, more peaceful sleep. His breathing eased, and the unnatural flush of fever began to fade from his cheeks. Eleanor, exhausted beyond measure, allowed herself to doze in the chair beside the bed, her hand still resting lightly on his arm to detect any change in his condition. She awakened to the sensation of being watched. Blinking away the gummy residue of insufficient sleep, Eleanor found Gideon's eyes clear now and keenly alert, fixed on her face. "Good morning, Mr. Kane," she said softly, straightening in her chair. "How are you feeling?" He studied her for a long moment before answering, as if taking inventory of his condition. "Like I tangled with a mountain lion and lost," he finally replied, his voice rough but steady. "How long have I been here?" "You arrived just after midnight," Eleanor said, rising to pour water from the pitcher on the washstand. "It's nearly noon now, I believe." Gideon accepted the water with a slightly trembling hand, his gaze drifting around the room. Recognition dawned in his eyes. "This is your room?" "Yes." Eleanor felt a flush rise to her cheeks. "It was closer than yours, and you were barely conscious. I thought it best—" "You did right," he interrupted, handing back the empty cup. "Thank you." Those simple words, spoken with such quiet sincerity, affected Eleanor more deeply than effusive praise might have. She busied herself adjusting the blankets to hide the unexpected sting of tears in her eyes. This man had experienced such violence, such hardship, that basic kindness seemed remarkable to him. "Are you hungry?" she asked, regaining her composure. "I could prepare some broth, or perhaps eggs." Gideon attempted to sit up, wincing as the movement pulled at his wound. "Should see to my horse first," he said, making another effort to rise. Eleanor's hand on his shoulder stopped him. A touch she wouldn't have dared attempt before this night had altered the boundaries between them. "Your horse is fine, Mr. Kane. I tended to him after you were settled. Solomon is fed, watered, and resting in the stable." Surprise flickered across Gideon's face, followed by something harder to define. Perhaps discomfort at being beholden, or simple bewilderment at being cared for. "Solomon usually doesn't take to strangers," he said. Eleanor smiled slightly. "He and I have reached an understanding during your absence. I provide food and fresh water. He refrains from trying to bite me. It's a cordial arrangement, if not precisely warm." A brief chuckle escaped Gideon, followed immediately by a grimace of pain. His hand went to his bandaged side, and he sucked in a sharp breath between clenched teeth. "Please lie still," Eleanor urged. "The bullet carved a nasty furrow across your ribs. You've lost blood, and there was some fever during the night." "How bad?" he asked, his expression turning serious. The bleeding has stopped and the fever broken, but you'll need to rest and regain your strength. Eleanor hesitated, then asked the question that had worried her throughout the night. Should I be concerned about the men who did this coming here? Gideon's jaw tightened. No, I got 2 of them. The third ran, headed south toward the border, I reckon. He won't circle back this way. The matter-of-fact way he spoke of getting 2 men sent a chill through Eleanor. She had read the wanted posters, knew the nature of his work, but hearing him speak of killing so calmly brought home the reality of his profession in a way the printed notices had. I see, she said quietly. Well, in any case, you're in no condition to chase anyone at present. You need rest and nourishment to heal. Gideon studied her face. You're not afraid? The question caught her off guard. Afraid? Of what? Of what I do, of who I am. His gaze was steady, watchful. Most people would be. Eleanor considered her answer carefully. I've had 2 weeks to contemplate the nature of your profession, Mr. Kane. I won't pretend it doesn't concern me. But I've also had time to observe the man you are through your books, your orderly home, the way you've treated me with respect. I believe you're a man who does difficult things because someone must, not because you relish violence. Something in his expression eased, a tension she hadn't fully registered until it was gone. Not many would make that distinction, he said quietly. Perhaps they haven't had the opportunity to know you beyond your reputation. Eleanor rose, suddenly aware of her rumpled nightclothes and disheveled appearance after the long night's vigil. I should prepare something for you to eat, and fresh bandages for your wound. Gideon caught her wrist as she turned to go, his touch gentle despite the strength she knew lay in his hand. Miss Price. Eleanor, thank you. For tending me, for not turning away. The use of her given name, the vulnerable gratitude in his eyes, both struck Eleanor with unexpected force. For the first time, she was seeing beyond the formidable bounty hunter to the man beneath the hard exterior. You're welcome, Mr. Kane, she replied softly, then added with a small smile, Gideon. His fingers released her wrist, but the warmth of his touch lingered as she left the room. Something fundamental had shifted between them during this long night. The arrangement of convenience that had brought them together had transformed into something more complex. A bond forged through crisis and care, through vulnerability revealed and strength discovered. As Eleanor prepared broth in the kitchen, she acknowledged the change with both hope and trepidation. Gideon Kane was unlike any man she had known in Boston, dangerous, solitary, scarred by experiences she could scarcely imagine. Yet in his fevered ramblings and in his clear-eyed gratitude, she had glimpsed qualities that drew her despite her better judgment. The proper course would be to maintain the boundaries of their original arrangement, particularly now that propriety had been breached by necessity. But as she carried a steaming bowl back to the bedroom where Gideon waited, Eleanor knew that such boundaries had already crumbled beyond repair. The question that remained was what would be built in their place. 3 days after Gideon's return, Eleanor settled into the rocking chair beside the fireplace, a mending basket on her lap. Across from her, Gideon sat propped up with pillows on the bench beneath the window, his color much improved, though pain still tightened the corners of his mouth when he moved carelessly. You're looking stronger today, she observed, threading her needle with practiced ease. The fresh air seems to agree with you. Gideon nodded, his gaze drifting to the open window where afternoon sunlight streamed in. Eleanor had insisted he move from the bedroom yesterday, arguing that a change of scenery would speed his recovery. Though he'd grumbled about the unnecessary fuss, she hadn't missed the relief in his eyes at escaping the confines of 4 walls. Wound's healing clean, he said. You did good work. Eleanor smiled at the grudging compliment. My mother insisted I learn basic nursing skills. She said a lady never knows when such knowledge might prove useful. She smoothed the fabric of one of Gideon's shirts across her knee, examining the tear that needed mending. Though I doubt she envisioned me applying those skills to a gunshot wound in the Arizona territory. A comfortable silence fell between them as Eleanor began to stitch, and Gideon whittled a piece of pine wood, his capable hands never fully idle despite his injury. Such quiet moments had become part of their daily rhythm during his recovery, a companionable peace that required no conversation to fill it. "I never asked about your pursuit," Eleanor said finally, glancing up from her mending. "You mentioned Davidson's men when you arrived, but little else." Gideon's knife paused against the wood. "Tracked them for 9 days along the southern route. Found signs they'd split up. Unusual for them. Followed the main trail to an old mining camp." His jaw tightened. "They were waiting. Had the high ground." Eleanor's hand stilled. "An ambush?" He nodded. "I should have been more careful. Got sloppy when I was close." Self-recrimination roughened his voice. "2 of them opened fire from the ridge line. Got off a clean shot at the first. Hatcher, Davidson's second in command. The other winged me before I could get to cover." "You said you got 2 of them," Eleanor prompted gently. "Waited them out. Second man tried to circle behind after dark." Gideon's expression hardened. "He didn't expect me to anticipate the move." Eleanor absorbed this with a slight shiver, imagining Gideon wounded and alone, engaged in a lethal game of strategy against armed killers. And Davidson himself? Gone, probably headed for Mexico. Gideon set down his whittling knife, the first sign of fatigue he'd shown. "I'll pick up his trail once I'm healed." "You intend to continue the pursuit then? Even after—" She gestured toward his bandaged side. "Man's dangerous, Eleanor. He needs stopping." Gideon's eyes met hers, unflinching. "It's what I do." Eleanor nodded slowly, understanding the conviction that drove him, even as it concerned her. "My father used to say a man must follow his calling, whatever the cost. Your father sounds like a wise man." "He was," Eleanor said softly, returning to her mending to hide the sudden wave of grief that still caught her unawares. Perhaps too principled for his own good, in the end. Gideon watched her, his gaze perceptive. "You haven't spoken much about him." The gentle prompting surprised her. In the weeks she'd known Gideon Kane, he'd never shown interest in her past beyond what directly affected their arrangement. Yet now his expression held genuine curiosity, perhaps even concern. "There isn't much to tell that wouldn't sound like a cautionary tale." Eleanor secured a stitch before continuing. "My father was a merchant in Boston. Textiles, primarily. He built a respectable business, provided well for my mother and me. We weren't wealthy, but comfortable enough for Mother to maintain her social standing, which mattered greatly to her." She smiled faintly at the memory of her mother's determined social climbing, a pursuit that had always mystified her practical-minded father and daughter alike. When the financial panic hit in '73, many businesses suffered. Father might have weathered it if he hadn't guaranteed a loan for his oldest friend. Eleanor's fingers tightened around the needle. "The friend defaulted. Father refused to declare bankruptcy, insisted on paying every creditor in full, even though it meant selling almost everything we owned." Gideon's expression softened with understanding. "A man of honor." "Yes, though honor offers cold comfort when you're reduced to genteel poverty." The bitterness in her tone surprised even Eleanor. She took a steadying breath. "Mother died that winter, pneumonia, the doctor said, but I believe it was the humiliation that truly killed her. Father never recovered from her loss. His health declined rapidly, and by last October he was gone too." "Leaving you alone," Gideon said quietly. Eleanor nodded. "With debts still to pay and no means to pay them. I sold our remaining possessions, furniture, silver, books, everything except my grandmother's locket." Her fingers went instinctively to the silver oval hanging beneath her collar. "I took a position as companion to an elderly lady, but her son made improper advances. When I refused him, I was dismissed without a character reference." She looked up to find Gideon watching her intently, the scar beneath his eye standing out white against his tanned skin as his jaw clenched. "You did right to leave," he said, his tone leaving little doubt about what he thought of the unnamed Boston gentleman. "Man like that deserves worse than refusal." Eleanor smiled despite herself. "In any case, with no references and no family connections, my options became extremely limited. When I saw Thomas Mitchell's advertisement in the newspaper," she shrugged, "it seemed a reasonable solution, a new beginning far from painful memories, and instead you found more trouble," Gideon said grimly. "I found shelter," she corrected gently. "Thanks to you." Something shifted in Gideon's expression. Discomfort, perhaps, at being cast as her savior when he viewed himself in much harsher terms. He changed the subject, gesturing toward the bookshelves. "You've been reorganizing my library, I see." Eleanor felt a flush rise to her cheeks. "I hope you don't mind. I've developed a habit of improving organization wherever I find it lacking." "So I've noticed," Gideon said dryly, but there was no anger in his tone. "What are you reading now?" "Emerson's essays," she admitted. "You mentioned they were favorites of yours." This revelation seemed to please him. For the next hour, their conversation drifted through literary waters, discovering shared appreciation for Thoreau's observations of nature, mutual ambivalence toward Dickens' more sentimental works, and surprisingly similar views on Shakespeare's tragedies versus his comedies. "I never expected to find a fellow reader of the Transcendentalists in the Arizona Territory," Eleanor confessed as afternoon deepened toward evening. "Especially not," she broke off, suddenly aware of how presumptuous her next words might sound. "Especially not a bounty hunter," Gideon finished, a rare smile ghosting across his lips. "Most wouldn't. It's an advantage in my work, being underestimated." As the light faded, Eleanor lit the lamps and prepared a simple supper while Gideon watched from his makeshift bed on the bench. The companionable silence between them felt different now, charged with unspoken awareness of the layers they'd begun to uncover in each other. Over the meal, Gideon revealed more of his own history. Raised in Ohio, educated through his father's determination that his children would have opportunities he'd lacked, then the war that had changed everything. "My sister Sarah was just 17 when I left for the war," he said, his voice softening with rare affection. "When I returned 4 years later, our parents were dead of typhoid, and she was struggling to keep 2 orphaned neighbor children from being sent to separate institutions." Eleanor set down her fork, captivated by this glimpse into Gideon's past. "What happened?" "I had my mustering out pay and not much else. Found work where I could, but it wasn't enough." Gideon's gaze turned distant. "Then I heard about a reward for capturing a deserter who'd robbed a paymaster. Man was dangerous, but I had tracking skills from the war." He shrugged. "Something led to another. Turned out I had a talent for finding men who didn't want to be found." "And your sister? The children?" "Sarah runs an orphanage in St. Louis now. Takes in children others won't. The difficult ones, the sick ones, the half-Indian ones no one wants." Pride warmed his voice. "Most of what I earn goes to her. Keeps 23 children fed and clothed at present." Eleanor stared at him, this revelation forcing her to completely reassess the man before her. The fearsome bounty hunter, whose reputation caused hardened men to step aside, sent his earnings to support orphaned children. The apparent contradiction made perfect, surprising sense. "You're a good man, Gideon Kane," she said softly. He looked away, clearly uncomfortable with her assessment. "I'm a man who's done what needed doing," he corrected. "Nothing more." But Eleanor was not deceived by his gruff dismissal. She had glimpsed the truth beneath his carefully maintained exterior. Not a cold-blooded manhunter, but a man driven by responsibility, honor, and a deeply buried tenderness he allowed few to see. As twilight deepened into night, Eleanor stoked the fire against the desert's cooling air. Gideon had insisted on moving to his own room for sleeping, though she'd extracted a promise that he would call out if he needed assistance during the night. His wound was healing well, but she worried about the lingering weakness from blood loss that he tried to conceal. Settling by the hearth with her sewing, Eleanor unclasped the silver locket from around her neck, intending to polish away a spot of tarnish she'd noticed earlier. The soft firelight caught the intricate engravings on its surface, vines and leaves encircling a tiny crest that had become almost indistinguishable over generations of wear. "Family heirloom?" Eleanor looked up, startled to find Gideon standing in the doorway of his bedroom, one shoulder leaned against the frame for support. "You should be resting," she chided gently. "Been resting for 4 days," he said, making his way carefully to the chair across from her. "Man can only sleep so much before he starts to go mad with boredom." She smiled, recognizing the restlessness of a man accustomed to constant action. "Very well, but don't blame me if your wound reopens." "It won't," he assured her with typical confidence. His gaze returned to the locket in her palm. That's what you were touching when we first met, at the station, when you learned about Mitchell. Eleanor nodded, surprised he'd noticed such a detail in the midst of delivering such devastating news. It was my grandmother's, and her mother's before that, the only thing of value I couldn't bear to sell when we lost everything. She held it out for his inspection. Gideon took it carefully, his large fingers surprisingly delicate as they turned the oval pendant over. Fine workmanship, he observed. English, by the look of it. Yes, from my mother's side of the family. They emigrated from Hampshire in the 1790. Eleanor watched as he examined the locket. It opens if you press the side clasp. Gideon found the tiny mechanism, and the locket sprang open to reveal its contents. A miniature portrait on one side, and a series of unusual markings etched into the silver on the other. My parents on their wedding day, Eleanor explained, pointing to the tiny painting. And these markings, well, I've never known their meaning. Grandmother said they were important to remember, but she died before explaining why. Gideon studied the markings with unexpected intensity, his brow furrowed in concentration. Unusual, he murmured, almost like a cipher of some kind. A cipher? Eleanor leaned closer to see what had captured his attention so completely. A code, see how the symbols repeat in certain patterns. That suggests they represent letters or words. His finger traced one sequence. This could be coordinates, or a key to something else. Eleanor considered this new perspective on the familiar markings. I never thought of them as anything but decorative, though grandmother was always adamant I must keep the locket safe. She took it back from Gideon, closing it gently. Curious that you should mention a cipher. Thomas Mitchell seemed particularly interested in family heirlooms in his letters. Gideon's expression changed subtly, a watchfulness entering his eyes. Did he specifically ask about this locket? Not directly, but he inquired whether I had any family treasures with historical significance, particularly anything from before 1820. Eleanor frowned slightly, recalling details that had seemed unremarkable at the time. In retrospect, his interest was rather oddly specific. Some men collect historical items, Gideon said, his tone carefully neutral. Nothing unusual in that. But something in his manner suggested he found it very unusual indeed. Before Eleanor could press further, Gideon shifted in his chair, grimacing slightly as the movement pulled at his healing wound. Why did you never marry? He asked abruptly, changing the subject. A woman with your qualities, education, capability, beauty, must have had opportunities in Boston. Eleanor blinked at the unexpected question and at the casual inclusion of beauty among her attributes. There were suitors, she acknowledged, sliding the locket's chain through her fingers. None that I found compelling enough to consider a lifetime commitment. And then, after father's disgrace, the respectable ones disappeared rather quickly. The loss, Gideon said simply. She looked up, meeting his eyes in the firelight. And what of you? Surely there have been women who saw beyond the fearsome bounty hunter to the man who supports orphans and reads Emerson. A shadow crossed his face. There was someone once, before the war. His fingers absently traced the star-shaped scar beneath his eye. She couldn't reconcile herself to the man who came back. The quiet admission held volumes of unspoken pain. Eleanor understood instinctively that Gideon had returned from war fundamentally changed, as so many men had, her own father included, though he'd fought in an earlier conflict. The war altered everyone it touched, she said softly. Some visibly, others in ways only those closest to them could see. And some couldn't bear to look close enough to see what remained of the man they'd known, Gideon added, his voice rough with old hurt. Without thinking, Eleanor reached across the space between them, her hand covering his where it rested on the chair arm. Then she did not deserve you, she said with quiet conviction. Gideon's eyes widened slightly at her touch, then dropped to where her slender fingers lay across his weathered ones. For a breathless moment, neither moved. Then slowly he turned his hand until their palms met, fingers interlacing with deliberate care. The simple contact sent warmth spiraling through Eleanor's body, so much more affecting than any courtship ritual she'd experienced in Boston drawing rooms. This was connection stripped to its essence. Two people recognizing in each other something vital and true, reaching across the divides of background and experience to touch, however briefly. Eleanor, Gideon said, her name barely more than a whisper in the quiet room. The intimacy of the moment terrified and thrilled her in equal measure. She was perilously close to caring too deeply for this complicated man, a temporary arrangement transforming into something neither of them had anticipated. The fire popped loudly, breaking the spell. Eleanor gently withdrew her hand, though the imprint of his touch lingered like a brand upon her skin. "It's getting late," she said, rising from her chair. "And you should rest if you want that wound to heal properly." Gideon nodded, accepting the retreat to safer ground without comment. But as he stood carefully, steadying himself against the chair, his eyes held hers with unmistakable significance. "Thank you," he said, the simple words conveying gratitude for far more than her nursing care. "You're welcome," Eleanor replied softly. As she lay in bed that night, Eleanor pressed her fingers to the silver locket resting in the hollow of her throat, its familiar weight now carrying new questions. What were the markings that had captured Gideon's attention so completely? Why had Thomas Mitchell inquired so specifically about family heirlooms? And why had Gideon's manner changed when she mentioned it? These mysteries, however, seemed distant, compared to the more immediate question that kept sleep at bay. What was happening between herself and Gideon Kane? The bounty hunter who had offered shelter out of practicality was revealing depths she hadn't imagined. Intelligence, principle, tenderness beneath the hardened exterior. And she was responding to those revelations in ways that both excited and alarmed her. The touch of his hand, the sound of her name on his lips, the understanding that passed between them without words, all suggested a connection forming that transcended their original arrangement. What that might mean for her future, Eleanor couldn't begin to guess. But as sleep finally claimed her, one certainty remained: nothing between them would ever be quite the same again. Chapter 4. Town Journey. "We'll need to make a trip to town tomorrow," Gideon announced, hanging his hat on the peg beside the door. "Supplies are running low, and I need to send a letter to Sarah." Eleanor looked up from the beans she was snapping, her heart quickening at the prospect. 6 weeks had passed since her arrival at the homestead. 2 since Gideon's injury and the subtle shift in their relationship that had followed. In all that time, she hadn't left the boundaries of his property. Redemption? Tomorrow? She attempted to keep her voice casual, though excitement bubbled beneath the surface. That would be pleasant. Gideon's mouth quirked at her obvious understatement. "Thought you might appreciate a change of scenery. Wagons already loaded with vegetables to trade." He glanced at her worn dress. "Figured you might want to prepare yourself tonight." "Yes, I should refresh my appearance if I'm to encounter civilization again." Eleanor set aside her work, already mentally cataloging what needed to be done. 6 weeks of frontier living had taught her to prioritize practicality over fashion, but the prospect of seeing something beyond the homestead's boundaries awakened a dormant feminine impulse.
After supper, Eleanor retreated to her room with her second best dress, a serviceable blue cotton with white piping that had survived the journey from Boston reasonably intact. By lamplight, she carefully mended loose seams and sponged away spots, then pressed it with the flat iron heated on the cook stove. As she worked, she found herself humming softly, a habit her mother had always gently discouraged as unladylike. The small rebellion gave her pleasure, another sign of how the rigid proprieties of her former life had fallen away in the open spaces of the Arizona territory. Morning brought Eleanor awake before dawn, eager for the journey ahead. She washed her hair with precious stored rainwater and pinned it more carefully than had been her custom lately.
The blue dress, freshened by her efforts, lent a touch of femininity she'd almost forgotten. When she emerged from her room, Gideon was already at the table, a steaming cup of coffee before him. He glanced up, his gaze lingering as he took in her appearance. "You look..." He paused, seeming to search for an appropriate word. "Different." Eleanor smoothed her skirt self-consciously. "A poor substitute for proper town attire, I'm afraid, but the best I can manage." Gideon shook his head. "Wasn't a criticism." His eyes held hers for a moment longer than necessary. "Blue suits you." The simple compliment warmed her more than elaborate praise might have. Gideon Kane was not a man who offered empty flattery, which made his rare words of approval all the more meaningful. He rose from the table, retrieving something from a shelf. "Got something for you. Meant to give it to you before, but then—" He gestured vaguely toward his side, where the bullet wound had healed to a puckered scar. Eleanor accepted the brown paper package he held out, untying the string with curious fingers. Inside lay several yards of calico fabric in a pretty pattern of blue flowers on cream background. "It's lovely," she breathed, running her fingers over the crisp cotton. "But when did you—" "Bought it in town before I left to track Davidson," Gideon explained, looking slightly uncomfortable with her evident pleasure. "Thought you might need something practical." The fact that he'd purchased the fabric weeks ago, before their relationship had shifted from its initial wary formality, touched Eleanor deeply. Even then, with a dangerous mission ahead, he'd thought of her comfort. "Thank you," she said simply, knowing he'd prefer straightforward gratitude to effusive thanks. "I'll make good use of it." As they set out in the wagon, the morning cool and clear with the promise of heat to come, Eleanor felt a curious blend of anticipation and reluctance. Part of her craved the activity and society of town after weeks of isolation, yet another part had grown comfortable in the quiet rhythms of life with Gideon. Their shared meals, evening reading by lamplight, conversations that had gradually deepened beyond the practicalities of daily survival. There was also her secret purpose for this trip. Eleanor hadn't mentioned to Gideon her intention to inquire about potential teaching positions in Redemption. Their arrangement had always been temporary, a fact both acknowledged but rarely discussed. With each passing week, however, the prospect of leaving the homestead, leaving Gideon, had grown increasingly troubling. "Penny for your thoughts," Gideon said, breaking the comfortable silence as the wagon rolled along the now familiar trail. Eleanor smiled. "I was just thinking how strange it will be to see Redemption again. When I arrived, I was so certain of my future. Now everything has changed." "Regrets?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. She considered the question honestly. "No," she finally replied. "Strange as it may sound, I believe I'm more content here than I would have been as Thomas Mitchell's wife." Gideon's hands tightened briefly on the reins. "Mitchell wasn't what he appeared to be," he said, an odd note in his voice. Eleanor glanced at him curiously. "You've mentioned that before. What do you mean?" But Gideon merely shook his head. "Town business first. Maybe we'll talk about Mitchell later." The evasion piqued Eleanor's curiosity, but she didn't press. Gideon would speak when ready. One of many things she'd learned about this complex man over the past weeks. Instead, she relaxed into the gentle sway of the wagon, enjoying the simple pleasure of his solid presence beside her and the anticipation of a day amid the bustle of civilization, however modest Redemption's version might be. Redemption appeared suddenly as they crested the final ridge, the cluster of wooden buildings shimmering in the late morning heat. In the weeks since Eleanor had last seen it, the town seemed to have grown. A new building under construction at the far end of the main street, more horses hitched outside the Lucky Strike saloon. "Mining's good this season," Gideon explained, following her gaze.
Brings in new folks, new money. As they rolled down the main street, Eleanor became acutely aware of the stares directed their way. Heads turned, conversations paused, and curious eyes followed their progress. News traveled quickly in frontier towns, and their unusual living arrangement had clearly become fodder for local gossip. "Ignore them," Gideon said quietly, noting her discomfort. "Most have nothing better to do than speculate about their neighbor's business." Eleanor lifted her chin, straightening her shoulders as her father had taught her. "I've weathered worse scrutiny in Boston drawing rooms," she replied with more confidence than she felt. The whispers behind gloved hands there had been cutting, but at least disguised with civilization's veneer. Here, the curiosity was naked and unabashed. They stopped first at Higgins General Mercantile, where Gideon helped Eleanor down from the wagon with a courtesy that seemed deliberate, almost defiant in the face of watching eyes.
The bell above the door jangled as they entered the store, announcing their arrival to the balding proprietor behind the counter. "Kane," Higgins acknowledged with a cautious nod, his gaze sliding to Eleanor. "Miss Price, heard you were still in the territory." Mr. Higgins, Eleanor replied with cool politeness, recognizing the storekeeper from her first day in redemption. Got vegetables to trade, Gideon said, all business, and a list of supplies to purchase. While Gideon negotiated with Higgins, Eleanor browsed the store's offerings. After weeks of make do and mend, the modest assortment of goods seemed like unimaginable luxury. Bolts of fabric, jars of preserved fruits, ready-made garments, even a small selection of books and magazines from the East. Those just came in on yesterday's stage, a friendly female voice said. Eleanor turned to find a plump, pleasant-faced woman who'd emerged from the back room. Mrs. Higgins, she presumed, noting the woman's wedding band and comfortable familiarity with the store. It's wonderful to see current publications, Eleanor said, her fingers tracing the embossed cover of Peterson's magazine. One feels so removed from the world out here. Gets lonely, I imagine, out at Kane's place. Mrs. Higgins's tone was sympathetic, with only a hint of curiosity beneath. Been meaning to pay a call, but John said best to leave you folks be. That's very kind, but unnecessary, Eleanor assured her. I've adjusted quite well to homestead life, Mrs. Higgins nodded, seeming pleased by this response. Strong woman. That's what it takes out here. She lowered her voice, though her husband and Gideon were still deep in negotiations across the store. Say, there's a ladies' social at the church this afternoon. Quilting, refreshments, good company. You'd be most welcome. The spontaneous invitation warmed Eleanor. I'd be delighted, but I'm not sure our business in town will allow— Nonsense, Mrs. Higgins interrupted. Men always have business that takes hours. Banking, supplies, bit of sociable drinking. She glanced toward Gideon. Especially that one. Always checking for bounty notices, sending wires about outlaws. You come by at 2:00. Do you good to spend time with other women. The prospect was tempting. Eleanor had adapted to the homestead's isolation better than she might have expected, but she missed female companionship. Conversations that didn't require the careful navigation that discussions with Gideon sometimes did. Need to ask Mr. Kane, she said, mindful of their travel arrangements. Mrs. Higgins gave her a shrewd look. Been out there, 6 weeks now? And still Mr. Kane? Lance, girl, you're living under the man's roof. Heat rose in Eleanor's cheeks. Our arrangement is entirely proper, Mrs. Higgins. Never said it wasn't, the older woman replied with a knowing smile. But proper don't keep a body warm at night, does it? Before Eleanor could formulate a suitably dignified response, Gideon approached. His business with Higgins apparently concluded. Got everything squared away? He told Eleanor. Supplies will be ready in 2 hours. He nodded politely to Mrs. Higgins. Ma'am. Mr. Kane, Mrs. Higgins responded, undaunted by his formidable reputation. I was just inviting Miss Price to our church social this afternoon. Ladies' quilting circle, very respectable. Starts at 2:00. Gideon glanced at Eleanor, noting the hope she couldn't quite conceal. That work for you? If you don't mind, she replied. I wouldn't want to delay our return. Got business at the assayer's office and need to send a wire to Sarah, he shrugged. Take a few hours at least, meet back here at 4. The casual acceptance of her independence, so different from the possessive supervision she might have expected from Thomas Mitchell, confirmed yet again the unusual nature of their relationship. Thank you, Eleanor said simply. 4:00 will be perfect, Mrs. Higgins beamed with satisfaction. Settled then. I'll look for you at the church, Miss Price. She bustled away to assist another customer, leaving Eleanor and Gideon to exit the store. Back on the boardwalk, Gideon paused. You need anything while we're in town? For yourself, I mean? Eleanor considered. With the calico he'd given her and the household supplies he was purchasing, her practical needs were well met. Yet the reminder of Mrs. Higgins's assumptions made her suddenly conscious of her appearance. Her hair needed proper trimming, her hands showed signs of outdoor work, and her single bottle of rosé water had long since been emptied. Perhaps a few personal items, she admitted. Nothing extravagant. Gideon nodded, reaching into his pocket to produce several silver dollars. Here. Don't argue, he added as she began to protest. You've more than earned your keep these past weeks. Eleanor accepted the coins with mixed feelings. The money represented independence, always precious to her, but also emphasized the transactional nature of their arrangement. just when she'd begun to think of it as something more. "I'll be careful with it," she promised.
Spend it all if you want, Gideon said with a rare smile. But watch yourself in town. Not everyone's as friendly as Mrs. Higgins. With that warning, he squeezed her elbow briefly and headed toward the assayer's office, leaving Eleanor to navigate redemption on her own. A prospect both liberating and slightly daunting after weeks in his protective company. With 2 hours before the church social, Eleanor moved purposefully through Redemption's modest business district. At the milliner's shop, she purchased a small bottle of rose water and some hairpins. The barber, persuaded to trim the ends of her hair, despite his initial reluctance to attend a lady, restored some order to her neglected locks. These small indulgences accomplished, Eleanor found herself with time to spare. Rather than return to the general store to wait, she decided to explore the southern edge of town, where several new buildings had sprung up since her arrival. The day had grown warm, dust rising from the street with each passing horse or wagon.
Eleanor kept to the shaded boardwalks where possible, nodding politely to those she passed. Some returned her greeting, others merely stared with undisguised curiosity. She was, she realized, something of a local mystery, the mail-order bride who now resided with the notorious bounty hunter. Near the edge of town, the neat boardwalks gave way to beaten earth. Here, the newest structure stood: a blacksmith's shop, a rooming house, and what appeared to be the beginnings of a new saloon. Beyond these outposts of civilization, the desert stretched away toward distant mountains. Eleanor paused, shading her eyes against the glare, and noticed a small encampment at the town's periphery. Several crude shelters had been erected, around which moved figures in clothing unlike the settlers' wrapped bodies, some with colorful woven blankets despite the heat. "Apache," said a voice at her elbow. Eleanor turned to find a young boy of perhaps 10 or 11 regarding her with the frank curiosity of childhood. "They come to trade sometimes," he continued, proud of his knowledge. "Pa says they're peaceful, long as nobody cheats 'em." "I see," Eleanor replied, intrigued by this glimpse of the native people she'd heard so much about but never encountered. "Do they speak English?" The boy shrugged. "Some do. Mostly they talk their own talk." He squinted at her. "You're the lady living with Cain, the bounty hunter." "I am," Eleanor acknowledged, unsurprised by the boy's direct identification. "My name is Miss Price." "Billy Thornton," the boy offered. "Pa owns the feed store." His expression turned eager. "Is it true Cain killed 6 men in a gunfight down in Tucson last year?" "I wouldn't know," Eleanor said firmly, "and speculation about such matters is hardly appropriate conversation." Properly chastened, Billy mumbled an apology, then brightened. "Want to see the Apache up close? They got beadwork and baskets and such. Ma bought a real nice basket last week." Eleanor hesitated, weighing her curiosity against caution. The Apache had been presented to her variously as dangerous savages and peaceful traders, depending on who spoke of them. Gideon himself had mentioned them only in passing, noting that relations were currently peaceful in this part of the territory. "I suppose a closer look would be educational," she decided. Billy led the way toward the encampment, his earlier rebuke apparently forgotten in the excitement of showing a newcomer something unusual. As they approached, Eleanor observed the Apache more clearly. Men in loose cotton clothing, women in long skirts and blouses, some adorned with intricate beadwork or silver jewelry. They moved with a natural dignity that impressed her, their expressions reserved as they arranged goods for trade. Several settlers were already examining the offerings, baskets woven so tightly they could hold water, beautifully tanned hides, pottery with geometric designs, and strings of glass beads. The transactions proceeded with minimal conversation, using gestures and the universal language of commerce. Eleanor was admiring a small clay vessel when she became aware of being watched. She looked up to find an elderly woman studying her with unnerving intensity. Unlike the other Apache women who wore bright colors, this woman was dressed in earth tones, her silver-streaked hair braided with small objects Eleanor couldn't identify. Most striking were her eyes, dark, penetrating, and fixed on Eleanor with unsettling focus. "That's the medicine woman," Billy whispered, edging closer to Eleanor. "She knows things." Before Eleanor could question this cryptic description, the elderly woman approached, her movements deliberate, yet surprisingly graceful for one of her apparent years. She stopped before Eleanor and spoke in a language of musical cadences and unfamiliar sounds. When Eleanor didn't respond, the woman switched to heavily accented English. You, come? Curiosity overcoming trepidation, Eleanor followed the woman a short distance from the main trading area. Billy trailed behind, his expression wavering between fascination and alarm. The medicine woman gestured toward Eleanor's hands. Show. Confused, but willing to humor the request, Eleanor extended her hands, palms up. The woman shook her head impatiently and turned Eleanor's right wrist over. There, on the inside of her wrist, was the small, crescent-shaped birthmark Eleanor had carried since infancy. A pale silvery mark her mother had always insisted be covered by gloves or sleeves in polite company. The medicine woman's breath caught.
She traced one gnarled finger over the mark, then began speaking rapidly in Apache, her voice rising with what sounded like excitement or alarm. Her exclamation drew attention. Several Apache traders stopped their activities, moving closer to observe the interaction. The medicine woman continued speaking, now holding Eleanor's wrist up for others to see, pointing to the birthmark emphatically. What is she saying? Eleanor asked, growing uneasy at being the center of such intense scrutiny. A young Apache man stepped forward, his features sharper than the others, his English clearer when he spoke. She says you bear the mark. The prophecy mark. Prophecy? Eleanor tried to reclaim her hand, but the medicine woman held firm, still speaking rapidly to her people. The young man's expression was troubled. Old story. From before white people came. About a woman marked with a knight's smile who would bring great change. His eyes dropped to her birthmark.
Either fortune or destruction, a murmur ran through the gathered Apache. Some looked fearful, others intrigued. The medicine woman had begun a low, rhythmic chanting, still clasping Eleanor's wrist. That's enough of that heathen nonsense, came a sharp voice from behind them. Eleanor turned to see a stocky man with a marshal's badge approaching, his hand resting meaningfully on his holstered pistol. 2 other men flanked him, their expressions hostile. Step away from the lady, the marshal ordered, addressing the medicine woman directly. The elderly woman released Eleanor's wrist, but held her ground, speaking rapidly to the young interpreter. He hesitated before translating. She says the marked woman must be warned. The prophecy is waking. Signs appear in the sacred places. I said that's enough, the marshal snapped. He turned to Eleanor. Miss Price, isn't it? You'd best keep your distance from these savages. They'll fill your head with superstitious garbage if you let them. They've done nothing threatening, Eleanor protested, uncomfortable with his dismissive tone. The woman was merely curious about my birthmark. They're stirring up trouble is what they're doing, the marshal insisted. Been talking about signs and prophecies for weeks now. Got the miners spooked with talk of cave spirits and such. He gestured toward town. Best you head back to civilization, ma'am. Church ladies wouldn't approve of you consorting with these heathens. The young Apache translator's face hardened at the marshal's words, but he merely stepped back, speaking quietly to the medicine woman. She nodded once, her dark eyes still fixed on Eleanor with unsettling intensity. Come along, Miss Price, the marshal said, his tone making it clear this was not a request. Eleanor hesitated, reluctant to be ushered away like a child, yet aware of the tension vibrating in the air. The curious encounter had clearly touched on sensitivities beyond her understanding. Thank you for your assistance, Marshal, she said with careful diplomacy. I was just about to leave for the church social in any case. As she turned to go, the young Apache translator stepped forward, pressing something into her palm. For protection, he whispered. The marked one will need it when the earth speaks. Before she could question this cryptic statement, he melted back among his people. Eleanor glanced down to find a small leather pouch on a cord, decorated with tiny beads in a crescent pattern matching her birthmark. The marshal frowned. What did he give you? A small souvenir, Eleanor replied, slipping the pouch into her pocket before he could demand to see it. A harmless gesture of friendship, I'm sure. The marshal seemed unconvinced, but didn't press the issue. I'll escort you back to town proper, he said. These Indians may be peaceful now, but their moods change quicker than desert weather. As they walked away, Eleanor glanced back once to see the medicine woman still watching her, one hand raised in what might have been a blessing or a warning. The encounter had lasted only minutes, but left her with a peculiar sense of significance, as if something important had happened that she didn't yet understand. Billy Thornton, who had witnessed the entire exchange with wide eyes, trotted alongside them. "See," he said with undisguised excitement, "told you she knows things. Bet she put a curse on you." "That's quite enough, young man," Eleanor chided, though the boy's words sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. "There are no such things as curses." Yet as she hurried toward the church, the small leather pouch seemed to weigh in her pocket like a stone, and the memory of the medicine woman's intense gaze followed her all the way back into Redemption's dusty streets. The Redemption Community Church stood at the northern end of town, its white clapboard exterior and modest steeple, a brave attempt at Eastern propriety in the rough-hewn frontier settlement. As Eleanor approached, the sounds of female voices and laughter spilled from the open windows, a welcome reminder of the social gatherings she'd once taken for granted in Boston. Mrs. Higgins spotted her immediately upon entry, bustling over to guide Eleanor into the church's small fellowship hall. "There you are, dear. Come meet everyone." A dozen or so women of varying ages had gathered around tables where a colorful quilt was taking shape under their collective needlework. Conversation paused briefly as Eleanor was introduced, curious gazes assessing her much as they might a new and potentially exotic species. "Ladies, this is Miss Eleanor Price," Mrs. Higgins announced. "She's staying out at the Kane place." The ensuing silence held volumes of unasked questions. Eleanor summoned her most dignified smile, the one that had served her well during Boston's social season. "I'm delighted to make your acquaintance," she said warmly. "Mrs. Higgins was kind enough to invite me to join you." A woman in her 40s with graying hair coiled severely at her nape broke the momentary awkwardness. "Martha Reynolds," she introduced herself, "Reverend's wife. We're pleased to have you, Miss Price. Any friend of Mrs. Higgins is welcome here." The careful phrasing acknowledging Eleanor's presence without explicitly approving her living situation was diplomatically done. Eleanor appreciated the social grace. It allowed the other women to follow suit without directly addressing the impropriety of her arrangement with Gideon. Soon Eleanor found herself seated at the quilting frame, needle in hand. Though never an accomplished seamstress, she could manage basic stitches well enough to contribute. More importantly, the familiar rhythm of women's conversation flowed around her. Talk of children, recipes, household challenges, and the subtle currency of local gossip that formed the backbone of any small community. And then William says to him, "Kane might be the devil's own when he's on the hunt, but he's the only one who'd track Simmons' killer through Apache country in the dead of winter," Mrs. Reynolds was saying, recounting some local incident. The mention of Gideon's name caught Eleanor's attention. She had been half listening while considering how to inquire about teaching positions without appearing eager to leave Gideon's homestead. "What was that about Mr. Kane?" she asked. The women exchanged glances, seeming to debate how much to share with her. Finally, a younger woman with a pleasant, freckled face spoke up. "They're talking about how Kane tracked the man who killed his partner last December," she explained. "Followed him for nearly 3 months through the worst country imaginable. Found him holed up in a line shack near the border. Brought him back alive, too," another woman added with grudging admiration. "Most bounty hunters would have shot him and claimed the reward. Easier that way." "That's because Kane's not just after the money," Mrs. Higgins said knowingly.
He wants justice, not just bounties. Eleanor's needle paused above the quilt. "He's a principled man," she agreed quietly. "Dangerous, though," Mrs. Reynolds cautioned. "Not the sort most parents would wish their daughters to associate with." She eyed Eleanor speculatively. "Though I understand your circumstances were unusual." "Indeed they were," Eleanor acknowledged, deciding to address the elephant in the room directly. "Mr. Kane offered me shelter when I had nowhere else to turn, after learning of Thomas Mitchell's death. It was an arrangement of mutual benefit. I tend his home while he continues his work." "Very practical." Mrs. Higgins nodded approvingly.
"And Kane's not one to trifle with a woman's reputation. He sends most of his bounty money to support orphans back east, you know." This revelation clearly surprised several of the women. Eleanor seized the opening. "Yes, his sister runs an orphanage in St. Louis. Mr. Kane provides financial support for over 20 children there. The information visibly shifted something in the women's assessment of her situation. A man who supported orphans couldn't be entirely disreputable, their expressions suggested. Eleanor felt a twinge of guilt at using Gideon's private generosity to improve her social standing, but the alternative was to allow these women to think the worst of him, and by extension, of her. "Mitchell, now?" said a thin woman Eleanor had been introduced to as Mrs. Perkins, the banker's wife. There was something odd about his business here, never quite added up. Eleanor's interest quickened. "In what way?" Mrs. Perkins leaned forward, clearly pleased to possess information others might want. "He claimed to be establishing a cattle operation, but he spent more time meeting with Eastern investors than looking at breeding stock. My husband said he was asking very specific questions about old land grants and mineral rights dating back to Spanish times." "How curious," Eleanor murmured, remembering Gideon's cryptic comment about Mitchell not being what he seemed. "And then there were his absences," Mrs. Perkins continued. "He'd disappear for weeks, claiming to be scouting grazing land, but Jacob at the livery said Mitchell always returned with his horse looking like it had been ridden hard on rocky ground, not grassland." Mrs. Reynolds cleared her throat meaningfully. "Perhaps we shouldn't speak ill of the dead, especially given Miss Price's connection to the gentleman." "Oh, I didn't mean," Mrs. Perkins flushed. "Forgive me, Miss Price. I forgot that you and he were to be—" "Please don't concern yourself," Eleanor assured her. "I never actually met Mr. Mitchell. Our arrangement was a practical one, made through correspondence. This delicate reference to her status as a mail-order bride was met with sympathetic nods. Many frontier wives had begun as such, pragmatism outweighing romance in the harsh realities of territorial settlement. The conversation shifted to a safer topic, the recent unusual behavior of the Apache. "They've been gathering more frequently at the old Spanish mission ruins," a young mother nursing a baby reported. "My husband saw them performing some kind of ceremony there last week. Said the old medicine woman was painting on the walls inside the caves." "Painting what?" Eleanor asked, thinking of her encounter earlier. The woman shrugged. "Indian things, symbols, animals. Henry said there were already old paintings there, hundreds of years old, according to the Apache. They believe the caves tell the future somehow." "Superstitious nonsense," Mrs. Reynolds declared firmly. "Though I must say, their talk of omens and prophecies has some of the miners spooked. 3 families packed up and left last month after that small earthquake." "Earthquake?" Eleanor's hand went unconsciously to her pocket where the small leather pouch rested. "When the earth speaks," the young Apache had said. "Just a minor tremor," Mrs. Higgins assured her. "Happens every few years. But the Apache claimed it was the beginning of some prophecy fulfillment." She shook her head. "Harmless mostly, but it gets people talking. Bad for business, Reverend says." Mrs. Reynolds leaned closer to Eleanor, her voice dropping. "Speaking of prophecies, dear, you might want to keep that birthmark covered while in town." Her eyes flicked to Eleanor's wrist, where the sleeve had ridden up slightly to reveal the crescent shape. "Some of the less educated settlers are nearly as superstitious as the Indians. Marks like that can draw unfortunate attention." Eleanor tugged her sleeve down, startled that the woman had noticed. "It's merely a birthmark, nothing more." "Of course," Mrs. Reynolds agreed smoothly. "But frontier folk can be primitive in their thinking. The Apache have old stories about moon-marked women bringing change, fortune, or disaster, depending on who tells the tale." She patted Eleanor's hand. "Just a friendly warning, my dear. No need to invite whispers." Before Eleanor could respond, the church door opened with more force than necessary. Gideon stood in the entrance, his tall frame filling the doorway, hat in hand but expression tight with barely concealed impatience. "Excuse me, ladies," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the room. "I need to speak with Miss Price." Eleanor set aside her needlework, aware of the women's curious gazes as she crossed to meet him. "Is something wrong? We weren't to meet for another hour." "Nothing wrong," Gideon replied, though his expression suggested otherwise.
"But we should head back sooner than planned. Weather's changing." Eleanor glanced out the window. The sky remained clear blue, with only the faintest wisps of clouds on the distant horizon. "It looks perfectly fine to me." Gideon's jaw tightened. "Trust me on this. Desert storms come fast." His eyes scanned the room briefly, noting the women's undisguised interest in their conversation. Marshal Dawson mentioned your encounter with the Apache. Understanding dawned. Gideon wasn't concerned about weather, but about the implications of her meeting with the medicine woman. I see, she said quietly. Let me gather my things and make my goodbyes. As they left the church minutes later, Eleanor sensed the tension radiating from Gideon's rigid shoulders. He walked slightly ahead of her, his usual courtesies forgotten in his apparent need to leave town with haste. The marshal exaggerated, she said as they approached the wagon, already loaded with supplies.
The Apache woman was merely curious about my birthmark. There was no danger. Gideon turned to face her, his expression grave. There are things happening in this territory you don't understand, Eleanor. Things better left alone. Then help me understand, she countered, frustrated by his cryptic warnings. What did the medicine woman mean about a prophecy? And why does my birthmark matter to them? For that matter, what did you mean about Thomas Mitchell not being what he seemed? For a moment, Eleanor thought he might actually answer. Something shifted in his eyes, a decision being weighed. Then his gaze moved past her, scanning the street with the habitual wariness that never fully left him. Not here, he said finally. Too many ears. We'll talk on the trail home. As he helped her into the wagon, his hand lingered on hers a moment longer than necessary, a silent apology for his abruptness. Eleanor accepted it with a slight nod, understanding that whatever drove his urgency came from concern for her welfare, not a desire to control her movements. The wagon pulled away from the hitching post, leaving Redemption and its curious inhabitants behind. Eleanor felt the small leather pouch in her pocket, the tangible reminder of an encounter that had clearly disturbed Gideon far more than it had her. Whatever secrets lay behind the medicine woman's recognition, the Apache prophecy, and Thomas Mitchell's true purpose in the territory, Eleanor sensed they were somehow intertwined. And that Gideon Kane knew more than he had yet revealed. As the town dwindled behind them, Eleanor resolved to discover the truth, however unsettling it might prove to be. She had not traveled across the continent and rebuilt her life from ashes to remain ignorant of forces that apparently centered, inexplicably, on her. Chapter 5. Growing Closer. The wagon wheels kicked up dust as they left Redemption behind, Gideon urging the horses to a brisker pace than was his usual habit. Neither had spoken since departing town, the silence between them heavy with unasked questions and unspoken concerns. Eleanor clutched her packages in her lap, the small leather pouch from the Apache trader nestled among them like a secret talisman. Finally, when the town had disappeared behind a rise, Gideon eased the horses to a more sustainable pace. His shoulders remained tense, his gaze constantly scanning the horizon and ridgelines that bordered their trail. "You're going to wear yourself out looking for phantoms," Eleanor observed, breaking the silence at last. Gideon's eyes flicked briefly to hers, then returned to studying a distant ridge. "Not phantoms. Saw two riders watching us from that outcropping as we left town." He nodded toward a rocky formation to the southeast. "They pulled back when they noticed me watching." Eleanor followed his gaze, but saw nothing beyond sun-baked rock and scattered mesquite. Who would be watching us? Could be anyone. Curious townsfolk? Apache scouts? His jaw tightened. Or someone with more particular interest in you, in me? Eleanor blinked in surprise. Why would anyone take special interest in me? Gideon sighed, seeming to reach some internal decision. What exactly happened with the medicine woman? Dawson's version was likely half truth, half prejudice. Eleanor described the encounter in detail. The elderly woman's fixation on her birthmark, the young brave's translation about the prophecy, and the reaction of the other Apache. Did they mention what kind of fortune or destruction this prophecy foretells? Gideon asked when she finished. No, though the young man who spoke English gave me this for protection. She withdrew the small leather pouch from among her packages. He said the marked one will need it when the earth speaks. Gideon frowned at the pouch, but made no move to take it from her. There have been tremors recently, small ones. Miners are superstitious about them. So I heard at the social, Mrs. Reynolds mentioned that some families left town because of Apache prophecies about earthquakes. Eleanor studied his profile, noting the tension in his jaw. "You know something about this, don't you?" His silence confirmed her suspicion. Eleanor pressed further. "Gideon, if there's some danger connected to me, however absurd it might seem, I deserve to know. I've faced the worst life can offer in Boston. I won't shatter at the first hint of frontier superstition." For several moments, there was only the creak of wagon wheels and the steady rhythm of hoofbeats. When Gideon finally spoke, his voice was measured, as if carefully choosing his words. "There's an old story among the Apache in these parts. Dates back before Europeans arrived." He kept his eyes on the trail ahead. "They believe a woman marked with the knight's smile, a crescent moon shape, would come from distant lands and either bring great fortune to the people or terrible destruction. And they think I'm this woman." Eleanor couldn't keep the disbelief from her voice. "Because of a simple birthmark? Apache takes signs seriously," Gideon replied, "especially when other parts of the prophecy seem to be falling into place. The earth tremors, unusual weather patterns, strangers coming from the east asking about Spanish artifacts." Eleanor caught the significance of his last words. "You mean Thomas Mitchell?" Gideon nodded but volunteered nothing further. Despite her pointed look, he remained focused on the trail, shoulders still rigid with tension. "This is absurd," Eleanor said finally. "I'm a Boston merchant's daughter with a birthmark, nothing more. I have no connection to Spanish artifacts or Apache prophecies." "Probably true," Gideon conceded, "but perception matters out here. If people, white or Apache, believe you're connected to something valuable or dangerous, that belief alone creates risk." Before Eleanor could respond, a sharp crack split the air. The wagon lurched violently, then tilted to one side. Gideon cursed, fighting to control the startled horses as the vehicle dragged to a crooked halt. "What happened?" Eleanor clutched the seat to keep from sliding toward the lower side. "Wheels broken," Gideon said grimly after a quick inspection. "Iron rim split clean through and 3 spokes have splintered." Eleanor peered over the side to see the right rear wheel collapsed at an impossible angle, the wooden spokes crushed beneath the wagon bed. "Can it be repaired?" Gideon shook his head. "Not here. Need a proper wheel and tools." He surveyed their surroundings, calculating. "We're about 4 hours from home on foot, but it'll be dark in 2. We'd be better off making camp and continuing at first light." The prospect of sleeping in the open wilderness sent a flutter of alarm through Eleanor's chest, but she masked it with practical questions.
"Do we have what we need to make camp? Got bedrolls, some food, water?" Gideon was already unhitching the horses. "There's a stand of cottonwoods about a quarter-mile ahead. Should be water there, better shelter than here in the open." As he transferred essential supplies from the wagon to the horses' backs, Eleanor took stock of their situation. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting long shadows across the trail. Night would fall swiftly once it set, as she'd learned during her weeks at the homestead. A night in the open wilderness, alone with Gideon, the impropriety of it would have scandalized Boston society. Yet here, with the vast Arizona landscape stretching around them, such concerns seemed trivial compared to the more immediate challenges of shelter, safety, and survival. "We should move quickly," Gideon said, offering her a hand down from the wagon.
"I want camp established before dark." The quarter-mile to the cottonwoods seemed much longer on foot in the late afternoon heat. Eleanor was grateful for her sensible shoes, another adaptation to frontier life she'd made without regret. Gideon led the way, leading one horse while Eleanor followed with the second, a pack horse laden with their supplies. The small grove of cottonwoods proved a welcome oasis, clustered around a shallow depression where groundwater collected near the surface. Spindly trees offered meager shade, but their presence promised water and firewood, precious commodities in the desert. Gideon worked with practiced efficiency, securing the horses where they could graze on the sparse vegetation, then setting about gathering wood for a fire. Eleanor, determined not to be a helpless burden, busied herself arranging their salvaged supplies and clearing a space for their camp. "We'll need rocks for a fire ring," Gideon instructed, and Eleanor set about gathering suitable stones from the surrounding area. As the sun sank toward the horizon, their camp took shape. A small fire pit ringed with stones, bedrolls laid out on opposite sides of the anticipated fire, and their meager provisions arranged for the evening meal. Gideon kept busy, his movements betraying none of the awkwardness Eleanor felt at their situation. When he struck the first spark to light the tinder, Eleanor realized this was the first time they'd truly been alone together, away from the homestead. No walls, no separate rooms, no structured routines to provide the comfortable boundaries they'd established. Here, under the vast sky turning violet with approaching night, those boundaries seemed as flimsy as tissue paper. Gideon must have sensed her discomfort. As the fire caught and began to crackle, he spoke without looking up from his task. "I'll keep watch through the night. You'll be safe." The simple promise, delivered without embellishment, eased something in Eleanor's chest. Whatever else Gideon Kane might be, bounty hunter, former soldier, reluctant host, he was a man of his word. In that, at least, she could place her trust. As darkness fell around their small circle of firelight, Eleanor gazed up at the emerging stars, more brilliant than she'd ever seen them in Boston's smoke-hazed skies. Despite the circumstances, a strange peace settled over her, as if the vastness of the night sky put human concerns into proper perspective. Prophecies, Apache legends, mysterious birthmarks, broken wagon wheels, all seemed small beneath the eternal wheeling of the stars. "That's Cassiopeia," Gideon said, pointing upward. "See the shape like a crooked W? Ancient queen who boasted of her beauty." Eleanor followed his gesture, picking out the distinctive pattern among the dazzling field of stars overhead. They had finished their simple meal of jerky, biscuits, and coffee, and now sat beside the campfire, the night having grown cool enough to make its warmth welcome. "And there," she said, indicating another grouping, "is that Orion's belt?" "Good eye," Gideon nodded approvingly. 3 stars in a perfect line. The hunter. A faint smile crossed his face. "Always felt a kinship with that constellation." "Because you're a hunter too?" "Partly. Also because Orion stands apart from the others in the sky, solitary." His voice softened. "That's familiar territory." The admission, small as it was, revealed more of Gideon's inner thoughts than he typically shared. Eleanor wondered if it was the isolation that loosened his reserve. No walls, no neighbors, no prying eyes to witness this moment of connection. "What made you choose such a solitary path?" she asked carefully, aware she was venturing into territory he rarely discussed. Gideon poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkness. For a moment, Eleanor thought he wouldn't answer. Then he began to speak, his voice low and measured. "After the war, everything looked different, felt different." He stared into the flames, seeing something beyond them. "I'd spent 4 years knowing exactly who the enemy was, where the battle line stood. Then suddenly it was over, and nothing made sense anymore." Eleanor remained silent, instinctively understanding he needed to find his own way through these rarely spoken memories. "Tried settling back in Ohio. Couldn't stomach it. The polite conversations, the careful silences whenever the war was mentioned." Gideon's jaw tightened. "People wanted to forget, to pretend we could all go back to how things were. But some of us had seen too much. My father was the same after he returned from the Mexican War," Eleanor offered quietly. "Mother said he was never quite the same man who'd left." Gideon nodded, acknowledging the parallel. "The first bounty I tracked, the deserter I mentioned before, I found him in 3 days when the army had searched for weeks. Realized I had a talent for it, but more than that," he paused, searching for words. "Out here, tracking, everything becomes clear again. The simplicity of it, hunter and quarry, right and wrong." "Is it really so simple?" Eleanor asked. "The men you hunt, surely they have stories too, reasons for their actions." "Everyone has reasons," Gideon conceded.
But reasons don't justify harm. Man who kills for money or revenge or even desperation, he's still taken something that wasn't his to take. Balance needs restoring. Justice, not vengeance, Eleanor mused, beginning to understand the code that guided him. Tried to keep it that way. He set aside the stick, meeting her eyes across the fire, not always successful. The firelight cast half his face in shadow, the scar beneath his eye standing out in sharp relief. Eleanor had never asked how he'd acquired it, sensing the story wasn't one he cared to share. Now, in this moment of unusual openness, she found herself wondering if he might tell her, but couldn't bring herself to ask directly. Instead, she offered something of herself in return for his honesty. I was terrified after my father died, she admitted. Not just of poverty, but of disappearing completely. In Boston, without family or fortune, a woman becomes invisible, unremarkable, forgotten. Gideon's eyes held hers, truly listening in a way few people ever had.
When I saw Thomas Mitchell's advertisement, Eleanor continued, it wasn't just desperation that made me respond. It was the thought of charting my own course, however humble, being the architect of my own life rather than slowly fading away in someone's back room as a poor relation or underpaid companion. Brave choice, Gideon said quietly. Perhaps not as brave as facing armed outlaws, but it required its own kind of courage. Her smile faded. Though it seems I exchanged one uncertainty for another. First, Thomas Mitchell's death, now Apache prophecies and mysterious watchers on ridgelines. Something shifted in Gideon's expression at the mention of Mitchell. He poked at the fire again, sending another shower of sparks upward. There's something I should tell you, he said finally, his voice growing serious. About Mitchell. Eleanor tensed, sensing the importance of whatever would follow. Yes? I was tracking him before he died. The admission came reluctantly, each word seeming to cost him effort. Had been for nearly 2 weeks when the Davidson gang killed him. Of all the revelations Eleanor might have expected, this was not among them. She stared at Gideon, struggling to understand. Tracking him? Was he wanted for some crime? Not officially, but I had information he was involved in something. Questionable. Gideon's face was grim in the firelight. Can't tell you more than that right now. Gave my word. Your word to whom? Eleanor pressed, confusion turning to frustration. Gideon, you can't simply tell me you were hunting the man I was to marry and then refuse to explain why. I know, he acknowledged, his expression troubled. And you deserve the full truth. But there are other lives at stake. People who trusted me with information. Until I'm certain of all the facts, I can't risk exposing them. Eleanor rose from her place by the fire, needing movement to channel her surging emotions. So you've known all along there was something suspicious about Thomas Mitchell, yet you've said nothing these past weeks? Even after... She broke off, unable to articulate how this revelation affected everything that had developed between them. Gideon stood too, his height emphasized by their proximity. I didn't know how much to tell you, whether you were involved in his plans or merely an unwitting pawn. A pawn, Eleanor's voice rose with indignation. Is that what you think I am, some helpless chess piece to be moved about at others' whim? Not anymore, Gideon said quickly. I know you better now. But when you first arrived, a Boston lady conveniently appearing just as things were coming to a head with Mitchell, I couldn't be certain. Eleanor wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly chilled despite the fire's warmth. So, our entire arrangement, your offer of shelter, everything, was it just to keep me where you could watch me? To determine if I was part of whatever scheme you suspected? The hurt in her voice was unmistakable. Gideon stepped closer, then stopped himself, maintaining the distance she'd established. It started that way, he admitted, his honesty brutal but necessary. But it changed, Eleanor. You changed it. A distant howl pierced the night, saving her from having to formulate a response to this unexpected confession. Eleanor startled at the sound, momentarily distracted from their tense exchange. Wolf, Gideon explained, his voice returning to its practical tone. Miles away, nothing to worry about. There seem to be quite a few things I shouldn't worry about, Eleanor said stiffly, despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. Gideon sighed, running a hand through his hair in a rare gesture of frustration. I'm handling this badly, he conceded. Shouldn't have started a conversation I can't finish properly. No, you shouldn't have, Eleanor agreed, but her anger was already cooling, replaced by a more complicated mix of emotions. Part of her wanted to demand full disclosure, regardless of promises made to others. Yet another part recognized the integrity that kept Gideon bound to his word, even when breaking it would be easier. The wolf howled again, answered this time by another more distant call. The eerie chorus reminded Eleanor of their vulnerable position, alone in the wilderness, dependent on each other regardless of what truths lay unspoken between them. The wolves, she said, changing the subject by necessity if not by choice. Should we be concerned? Gideon accepted the temporary truce with evident relief. No, they're hunting smaller game, probably rabbits or ground squirrels. They'll avoid humans and fire. He gestured to the space around their camp. Out here, knowing the real threats from imagined ones is crucial. Wolves rarely bother people, dehydration, exposure, scorpions, and human predators. Those are the genuine dangers. Eleanor nodded, absorbing this practical knowledge while still processing the revelations about Mitchell.
And which category do broken wagon wheels fall into? Real threats or strokes of bad luck? Depends on whether the break was natural or helped along, Gideon said, his bounty hunter's mind ever alert to possibilities of deliberate interference. You think someone might have tampered with our wagon? Eleanor asked, alarm resurging. Gideon shook his head. Probably not. Wheels old, trails rough. But I've learned to consider all angles. He glanced at the darkness beyond their firelight. Should try to get some sleep. I'll keep watch. The tension between them remained unresolved, but exhaustion was beginning to cloud Eleanor's thoughts. She moved to her bedroll, arranged on the ground with a blanket against the night's growing chill. We'll talk more when we reach home, Gideon promised, as she settled onto the thin padding.
Some things are better discussed behind solid walls. Home. The word caught Eleanor's attention even in her tired state. When had Gideon's homestead become home to both of them? And how much of their shared domestic peace would survive once all secrets were revealed? As she watched Gideon settle against a tree trunk, rifle across his knees and eyes alert to the darkness surrounding them, Eleanor was struck by the contradictions embodied in this complex man. He had deceived her by omission about his interest in Mitchell, yet had risked his life to return to her when wounded. He kept secrets that clearly troubled him, yet had shared more of his inner thoughts tonight than in all their previous weeks together. Despite her lingering hurt and confusion, Eleanor found herself drawing comfort from his vigilant presence. Whatever his initial motives, Gideon Kane had proven himself a protector, a man who kept his promises. That certainty, at least, remained solid ground beneath her feet when so much else had begun to shift. Sleep claimed her gradually, the crackle of the fire and Gideon's steady breathing forming a lullaby of sorts. Her last conscious thought was of his words, "You changed it," and the wealth of unspoken meaning beneath that simple phrase. 3 days after their return to the homestead, Gideon found Eleanor in the garden, her sleeves rolled up as she weeded between rows of young vegetables. The morning sun cast her chestnut hair in copper highlights, loose tendrils escaping her practical bun to curl against her neck. She looked up at his approach, shading her eyes with a soil-dusted hand. "We need to talk about your shooting," he announced without preamble. Eleanor straightened, wiping her hands on her apron. "My shooting? I thought we'd covered the basics before your departure." "Basics aren't enough." Gideon's expression was uncompromising. "After what happened in town, the Apache woman, the prophecy business, you need better skills. Those riders I spotted might have been nothing, but I'm not willing to gamble on that." The return journey from their impromptu camp had been largely silent, both of them processing the revelations of the night before. Since arriving home, they'd maintained a careful politeness, the ease of their previous relationship temporarily disrupted by Gideon's admission about tracking Mitchell. "Very well," Eleanor agreed, recognizing the sense in his suggestion despite her lingering hurt. "When do we begin?" "Now. I've set up targets behind the cabin." Eleanor followed him around the building to where a row of tin cans had been arranged on a fallen log, about 30 paces away. Several wooden crates had been positioned to create a makeshift shooting bench. The Winchester rifle lay across it, along with a revolver she hadn't seen before. "You'll learn both," Gideon said, nodding toward the weapons. "Rifle for distance, revolver for close quarters." Eleanor raised an eyebrow at his matter-of-fact tone. You make it sound as if I'm preparing for war, not tending a homestead. Out here, there's less difference than you might think. His voice softened slightly. I'd rather you have skills you never need than need skills you never learned. The simple logic was hard to refute. Eleanor approached the shooting bench, eyeing the revolver with carefully masked trepidation. The rifle, at least, she had handled before. We'll start with the Winchester, Gideon decided, lifting the rifle and checking its loading mechanism with practiced hands. Remember the basics. Stock against your shoulder, cheek to the stock, breathe out as you squeeze the trigger. Eleanor positioned herself as instructed, surprised at how much she recalled from their previous brief lesson. Still, when Gideon stepped behind her to adjust her stance, she found herself acutely aware of his proximity. His hands were warm and sure on her shoulders as he gently shifted her position. Elbow tucked in more, he murmured, his breath stirring the loose strands of hair near her ear as he guided her arm to the proper angle. That's it. Now sight down the barrel. Eleanor tried to focus on the target, but Gideon's nearness proved distracting. He stood close enough that she could feel the solid wall of his chest just behind her shoulders, smell the clean scent of soap and leather that had become familiar these past weeks. Ready? He asked, stepping back slightly. Remember to squeeze. Don't jerk. Eleanor took a steadying breath, aligned the sights on the middle can, released half her breath as he'd taught her, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked against her shoulder, the report echoing across the homestead. The middle can flew off the log in a satisfying arc. I hit it! She exclaimed, surprised at her own success. Gideon's eyebrows rose appreciatively. Good shot. Try again. The one on the far left. Eleanor reloaded as he'd shown her, took aim, and fired. The leftmost can spun into the air. You're a natural, Gideon said, genuine admiration in his voice. Most folks need dozens of tries to hit anything at that distance. A warm glow of pride spread through Eleanor's chest at his praise. She had few opportunities in life to excel at physical tasks, Boston society having deemed most such activities unsuitable for ladies of quality. Perhaps I've found my frontier calling, she said with a small smile. Sharpshooter rather than schoolteacher. Gideon's mouth quirked upward. My sister had the same talent. Taught her to shoot before I left for the war, worried about her being alone with our parents getting on in years. A shadow passed across his face, there and gone. Sarah outshot half the men in our county by the time she was 17. She sounds remarkable, Eleanor said, touched that he would share this personal memory.
She is. Gideon took the rifle, reloaded it smoothly, and handed it back. Let's see how you do with the last 3 cans. Eleanor managed to hit 2 of the 3 remaining targets, missing only the rightmost can by a narrow margin. The success emboldened her, and she turned to Gideon with a challenging smile. Your turn. Show me how it's really done. His eyes widened slightly at her teasing tone, so different from their usual careful interactions. After a moment, he accepted the rifle with a nod that might have hidden a smile. Fair enough. A demonstration. Gideon took position at the bench, his movements fluid with long practice. He raised the rifle, fired 3 shots in such rapid succession that Eleanor barely registered the individual reports, and lowered the weapon. 3 new cans he'd placed on the log lay scattered on the ground behind.
Show off, Eleanor said, but she couldn't keep the admiration from her voice. 20 years of practice, he replied with unexpected modesty. Your turn with the revolver now. The handgun proved more challenging. Its shorter barrel made accuracy more difficult, and the different grip required Eleanor to relearn her stance. Again, Gideon positioned himself behind her, his arms coming around to demonstrate the proper hold. Both hands, he instructed, his palms warm against her fingers as he arranged them around the grip. Dominant hand holds, other hand supports. Eleanor was acutely conscious of their position, his chest against her back, arms encircling her, his voice low near her ear. The instruction was entirely proper, yet the intimacy of their pose sent warmth spreading through her that had nothing to do with the spring sunshine. Her first shots with the revolver went wild, missing the newly arranged targets by embarrassing margins. Rather than becoming frustrated, however, Eleanor found herself laughing at her own ineptitude. I believe the cans are perfectly safe from my fearsome revolver skills, she admitted, lowering the weapon. To her surprise, Gideon laughed too. a genuine, unguarded sound she had never heard from him before. The transformation it worked on his features was remarkable. The habitual sternness vanished, the lines around his eyes crinkling with humor rather than vigilance. Even the scar seemed less severe when balanced by his smile. "You should laugh more often," Eleanor said without thinking. "It suits you." The words hung in the air between them, more revealing than she'd intended. Gideon's smile softened but didn't disappear, his eyes holding hers with unexpected warmth. "Haven't had much cause for laughter these past years," he said quietly. Not until recently. The implication that she had brought laughter back into his life touched Eleanor deeply. For a suspended moment, they simply looked at each other, the shooting lesson temporarily forgotten as something more significant passed between them. Gideon broke the spell first, clearing his throat and gesturing toward the targets. "Try again. This time, focus on your breathing first." They spent another hour practicing, the initial formality of the lesson gradually dissolving into friendly competition. Eleanor's skill with the revolver improved marginally, while her rifle shooting continued to impress. Gideon demonstrated trick shots, hitting targets while standing, kneeling, even drawing and firing the revolver from his holster in one fluid motion that left Eleanor wide-eyed with admiration. "That's quite enough showing off for one day," she declared after a particularly impressive display. "My wounded pride can only take so much," Gideon chuckled, holstering the revolver. "You did well. Better than most men would on their first try." As they gathered the remaining targets and weapons, Eleanor realized something had fundamentally shifted between them during this shared activity. The tension that had lingered since his revelation about Mitchell had not disappeared entirely, but it had been overlaid with something new. A camaraderie, a genuine pleasure in each other's company that transcended their practical arrangement. More than that, she had glimpsed yet another facet of this complex man, not just the stern bounty hunter or the principled provider for orphaned children, but someone capable of laughter, pride in a student's accomplishments, and an unguarded joy in sharing his skills. The realization both thrilled and frightened her. Eleanor Price had not traveled across the continent to find herself growing attached to a scarred bounty hunter with secrets and dangers shadowing his life. Yet with each passing day, with each new layer of Gideon Kane revealed to her, the boundaries of their temporary arrangement seemed to blur further. As they walked back to the cabin side by side, rifles slung over their shoulders like longtime hunting companions, Eleanor wondered what her proper Boston acquaintances would make of her now. Soil under her fingernails, calluses forming on her trigger finger, and an undeniable attraction to a man who lived by his gun and his wits in this harsh frontier land. The thought made her smile. Whatever happened between them, whatever truth still lay concealed, she was no longer the desperate, displaced woman who had stepped off the stagecoach in redemption. Gideon Kane had offered her shelter, but in these weeks at his homestead, Eleanor had found something far more valuable: her own strength, and the freedom to discover who she might become beyond society's narrow expectations. The day after the shooting lesson dawned humid and still, unusual for the typically dry Arizona climate. By mid-morning, dark clouds had begun massing on the western horizon, transforming from distant smudges to towering behemoths with alarming speed. Eleanor paused in her bread-making, arms dusted with flour to the elbows, and peered out the kitchen window at the approaching storm front. "That looks ominous." Gideon glanced up from the rifle he was cleaning at the table, his expression immediately alert. He moved to the door, studying the sky with a frown.
Spring thunderstorm. They hit hard and fast out here. His voice sharpened with urgency. "We need to secure everything, now." The command in his tone spurred Eleanor to action. She quickly covered the dough and wiped her hands on her apron. "What needs doing?" "Animals into the stable. Garden needs covering. Water barrels secured." Gideon was already pulling on his coat. "I'll handle the livestock. You gather anything that might blow away. Tools, buckets, laundry." Eleanor nodded, abandoning her domestic task without hesitation. In the weeks she'd spent at the homestead, she'd learned that frontier life required flexibility. Priorities shifted with the weather, with available daylight, with unexpected visitors or opportunities. Outside, the air had grown dense and electric, the strange stillness before a storm that Eleanor had experienced even in Boston.
She worked quickly, gathering drying laundry from the line, collecting tools Gideon had left near the woodpile, upending buckets and securing them against the side of the cabin. The wind began to rise as she worked, gentle at first, then increasingly insistent. Dust devils swirled across the yard. In the garden, Eleanor hurriedly spread canvas over the most vulnerable young plants, weighing down the edges with rocks as the first fat raindrops began to fall. Across the yard, Gideon led Solomon into the stable, the ornery, gelding uncharacteristically compliant in the face of the changing weather. Animals always sensed storms coming before humans fully appreciated the danger, Eleanor reflected as she finished with the garden and hurried toward the cabin, raindrops now falling steadily around her. A tremendous crack of thunder split the air, startlingly close. The sky opened in earnest, rain transforming from scattered drops to a pounding deluge in the space of seconds. Eleanor gasped as the cold water soaked through her dress almost immediately. She ran for the cabin but paused at the door, looking back for Gideon. She spotted him emerging from the stable, struggling to secure the heavy door against the rising wind. Without thinking, Eleanor dashed back into the downpour to help him. Together, they wrestled the door shut, Gideon dropping the heavy wooden bar into place just as another thunderclap boomed overhead. "Go!" he shouted over the storm's fury, giving her a gentle push toward the cabin. The wind tore at their clothing, driving the rain sideways in stinging sheets. Lightning split the dark sky, illuminating Gideon's determined expression as he scanned the homestead for anything else requiring immediate attention. They reached the cabin door together, Gideon ushering Eleanor inside first. They stumbled into the main room, dripping puddles onto the wooden floor, the wind howling outside like a living entity. Gideon secured the door against the storm's assault, sliding the heavy wooden bar into place. "Are the animals safe?" Eleanor asked, pushing wet hair from her face. Gideon nodded, water streaming from his drenched clothing. "Stables, solid, they'll be fine." He glanced at her sodden appearance and frowned. "You're soaked through. Need to get dry before you catch a chill." Eleanor looked down at herself and couldn't help a small laugh. Her dress clung to her like a second skin. Her carefully pinned hair had collapsed into dripping tangles, and her shoes squelched with every movement. "I believe soaked through is a generous assessment of my condition." Despite his own drenched state, Gideon's lips quirked in that almost smile she'd come to recognize. "Fire first," he decided, moving to the hearth where banked coals still glowed beneath the ash. He added kindling, then larger pieces of wood, coaxing the fire to life with practiced skill. Eleanor retreated to her room to change, peeling off her sodden garments with difficulty. She dried herself as best she could with a towel, then donned her warmest nightgown and wrapped her faded flannel robe over it. The impropriety of appearing before Gideon in such attire seemed insignificant compared to the risk of illness from remaining in wet clothes. When she emerged, Gideon had built the fire to a respectable blaze. He'd removed his soaked shirt and boots, but still wore his wet trousers, apparently prioritizing her comfort over his own. "Your turn," Eleanor said firmly, gesturing toward his room. "I'll make tea while you change." Gideon hesitated, then nodded, disappearing into his bedroom. Eleanor busied herself with the kettle, setting it to heat on the cook stove. Outside, the storm continued its assault, rain lashing against the windows and thunder rolling across the sky in waves. The ferocity of it was both frightening and exhilarating. Nature's raw power unleashed around their small island of shelter. When Gideon returned, he wore dry trousers and a clean shirt, his damp hair tousled where he'd roughly dried it with a towel. He carried a woolen blanket, which he offered to Eleanor without comment. "Thank you," she said, wrapping it around her shoulders as she settled into the chair nearest the fire. The blanket carried his scent, leather, soap, the indefinable essence of him that had become familiar to her during their weeks together. Gideon poured the boiling water into the teapot, adding the precious tea leaves they used sparingly. The domestic gesture, performed by this dangerous man with such unconscious competence, struck Eleanor with unexpected poignancy. "The garden should survive," he said, handing her a steaming cup. "Canvas will protect the seedlings from the worst of it." "I'm more concerned about that sapling I planted last week," Eleanor replied, accepting the tea gratefully. It looked so fragile. Gideon settled into the chair opposite, stretching his long legs toward the fire. Trees bend more than you'd think. It's the rigid ones that snap in high wind. The observation seemed to carry meaning beyond mere horticulture. Eleanor studied him over the rim of her cup, wondering if he was thinking, as she was, about the ways they had both bent and adapted since her arrival at the homestead. Another crash of thunder shook the cabin, followed almost immediately by a brilliant flash of lightning that illuminated the room despite the closed shutters. Eleanor started at the sound's intensity.
Storms directly overhead now, Gideon observed, unperturbed. Should pass fairly quickly. It's beautiful in its way, Eleanor said, watching shadows from the firelight dance across the cabin walls. I never appreciated storms properly in Boston. Too many buildings, too many people hurrying to escape the weather. Out here, you see nature for what it is, Gideon agreed. Powerful, indifferent to human concerns. Worthy of respect, like so many things in the territory, Eleanor added. I've learned more about respecting natural forces these past weeks than in all my previous years. Gideon's gaze settled on her, thoughtful and warming. You've adapted well, better than most Easterners who come west. I had little choice, Eleanor said with a small smile. Adapt or perish, as my father would say. Still, it takes a particular kind of strength. Most women in your position would have been on the first stagecoach back east or taken that saloon job in Redemption rather than face the isolation out here. Eleanor shook her head. I'm not most women. No, Gideon agreed softly. You're not. Something in his tone made her look up, meeting his eyes directly. The usual guardedness had fallen away, replaced by an intensity that sent warmth coursing through her despite the storm's chill. I've never met anyone like you, Eleanor, he continued, his voice low and earnest. Your strength, your willingness to face whatever comes without complaint, your kindness, even to a man who hasn't always deserved it. The unexpected praise flustered her. You've provided shelter, protection. I've merely contributed what skills I possess in return. It's been far more than that. Gideon leaned forward, his forearms resting on his knees. You've brought life back to this place. Before you came, it was just somewhere I slept between jobs. Now it's... He hesitated, searching for the right word. Home, Eleanor supplied softly. He nodded, something vulnerable flickering across his features. Yes. Home. The admission hung in the air between them, weighted with implications neither had voiced aloud. Eleanor gathered her courage, sensing this moment of honesty might not come again soon. I should tell you, she said carefully, I've abandoned my plans to seek teaching employment in town. Gideon's expression didn't change, but she saw his hands tighten slightly on his knees. Have you? Yes. Eleanor took a steadying breath. I find I prefer our arrangement here, if you're amenable to extending it. For how long? Gideon asked, his voice carefully neutral despite the intensity of his gaze. Eleanor met his eyes directly. I haven't decided. I thought perhaps we might determine that together. The fire crackled in the silence that followed, punctuated by the storm's continued assault outside. Gideon set his tea aside and rose from his chair, moving to stand before the hearth. The firelight outlined his tall figure, casting his features half in shadow as he turned to look down at her. Eleanor, he began, then stopped, seeming to struggle with words, unusual for a man typically so direct. She rose too, the blanket falling away from her shoulders as she moved to stand before him. Yes. I'm not a man who finds expression easy, he said finally. But I need you to know that having you here has been... Again, words failed him. Eleanor took a step closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. Show me, she whispered. For a heartbeat, Gideon remained motionless. Then his hand rose to cup her cheek, calloused palm gentle against her skin. Eleanor leaned into his touch, her eyes never leaving his, with deliberate slowness as if giving her every chance to withdraw. Gideon lowered his head until his lips hovered just above hers. Are you certain? He murmured, his breath warm against her mouth. In answer, Eleanor closed the remaining distance between them. The first touch of their lips was hesitant, a tentative exploration. Then, as if a dam had broken, Gideon's arms encircled her, drawing her against the solid wall of his chest. The kiss deepened, years of solitude and longing transmuted into a passion that stole Eleanor's breath. She had been kissed before, chased pecks from approved suitors in Boston drawing rooms, under the watchful eyes of chaperones. Nothing had prepared her for this, the overwhelming rightness of Gideon's embrace, the way her body seemed to recognize his, though they had never been this close before. Outside, thunder crashed again, the storm's fury a perfect counterpoint to the tempest breaking loose within the cabin. Gideon's hand tangled in her damp hair, cradling her head as his mouth moved over hers with increasing urgency. Eleanor responded with equal fervor, her arms sliding up to encircle his neck, pressing herself closer to his warmth. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Gideon rested his forehead against hers. His eyes remained closed, as if savoring the moment, or perhaps bracing himself for what must follow. "Eleanor," he began again, his voice rough with emotion, "there are things you don't know, things I haven't told you that might change how you see me." "About Thomas Mitchell?" she asked, not moving from the circle of his arms. Gideon nodded, pulling back slightly to meet her gaze. "About Mitchell. About your locket. About why I was tracking him." A chill that had nothing to do with her damp hair swept through Eleanor. "My locket? What does my grandmother's locket have to do with Thomas Mitchell?" Gideon's expression grew troubled. He released her gently, stepping back to create space between them. "I can't explain yet. Not until I'm certain of all the facts, but it's why I need to go to Tucson next week." "Tucson?" Eleanor echoed, struggling to follow this sudden shift. "You're leaving again? Just for a week?" "There's someone there who has information I need. About Mitchell's associates, about a Spanish land grant connected to an old mine." Gideon ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in the gesture. "I shouldn't have let this happen between us, not until I could tell you everything." Eleanor felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet. One moment they had been sharing a kiss that changed everything. The next, Gideon was pulling away, speaking of Spanish land grants and mysterious connections to her family heirloom. "You're not making sense," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "What does any of this have to do with us, with what just happened?" Gideon's expression softened. He reached for her hand, holding it between both of his. "What happened between us? What's been happening these past weeks is real, Eleanor, more real than anything I've known since before the war." His thumb traced gentle circles on her palm. "That's why I need to resolve these other matters, so there are no shadows between us." Eleanor studied his face, reading the sincerity there alongside something that looked remarkably like fear. Not physical fear, which she suspected Gideon Kane rarely experienced, but the deeper fear of loss, of rejection once his secrets were revealed. "Then tell me," she urged quietly. "Whatever it is, we can face it together." He shook his head. "Not yet. I gave my word to others involved, and I need confirmation of certain facts before I make accusations that can't be withdrawn." His grip on her hand tightened slightly. "I'm asking you to trust me for a little longer. Can you do that?" Trust? Such a simple word for such a complex request. Eleanor considered all she knew of this man. His honor, his protection, his surprising gentleness beneath the hard exterior. Whatever secrets he kept, she believed they weren't meant to harm her. "I trust you," she said finally, "but I won't wait forever for the truth, Gideon." Relief washed across his features. He raised her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles with a reverence that made her heart ache. "When I return from Tucson, I'll tell you everything. I promise." The storm outside had begun to abate, the thunder now a distant rumble, the rain softening to a gentle patter against the roof. Inside, however, Eleanor felt as if she stood in the eye of a different kind of tempest, a momentary calm that would soon give way to revelations that might reshape everything she believed about her past and future. As Gideon released her hand and moved to check the security of the shutters, Eleanor touched her fingers to her lips, still feeling the imprint of his kiss. Whatever secrets lay between them, one truth had been revealed beyond question. Her feelings for Gideon Kane had grown far beyond the boundaries of their original arrangement. The question that remained was whether those feelings could survive the truths he had yet to share.
Chapter 6. Independence Day, May, had given way to June, bringing longer days and an intensity of heat that seemed to shimmer visibly across the landscape surrounding the homestead. Inside the cabin, however, a different kind of warmth had blossomed in the weeks since the thunderstorm and that first transformative kiss. Eleanor hummed softly as she kneaded bread dough at the kitchen table, her thoughts drifting pleasantly. Since that evening, her relationship with Gideon had altered in subtle yet profound ways. Though he maintained a certain restraint, never pressing for more than she freely offered, the barriers between them had fallen. Casual touches, shared smiles, moments of quiet companionship before the fire, all had become part of their daily existence. His journey to Tucson had been delayed by a series of unexpected events. First, a broken fence that required immediate repair, then news of Davidson gang activity that demanded Gideon's attention closer to home. Though he still spoke occasionally of making the trip, Eleanor had begun to wonder if his urgency about confronting whatever mystery surrounded Thomas Mitchell had diminished. She did not press him on the matter. The shadow of those unshared secrets remained between them. But she had found that day-to-day happiness could coexist with unanswered questions. Perhaps in time, the full truth would emerge naturally, without forced confessions. The sound of hoofbeats interrupted her reflections. Wiping flour from her hands, Eleanor moved to the window to see Gideon returning from his morning patrol of the property boundaries, a habit he maintained with military precision. He dismounted with fluid grace, leading Solomon to the water trough before approaching the cabin. Eleanor returned to her bread-making, smiling when the door opened and Gideon entered, removing his hat as he crossed the threshold. He carried several envelopes in his hand. "Stopped by Willoughby's place," he explained, setting the mail on the table. "Old man offered to bring our post from town." Eleanor's eyebrows rose in surprise. In all her weeks at the homestead, mail had been a rarity. "Anything important?" Gideon shuffled through the envelopes. "Letter from Sarah, notice about property taxes." He paused at a cream-colored envelope embossed with an official-looking seal. "This one's addressed to both of us." "Both of us?" Eleanor wiped her hands clean, curiosity piqued. Who would address correspondence to us jointly? Gideon opened the envelope and scanned the contents. Town Committee for Redemption's Independence Day celebration. He handed her the letter. They're inviting all area settlers to attend. Festivities throughout the day, fireworks at night. Eleanor read the flowing script with growing excitement. According to the letter, Redemption planned an elaborate celebration for the nation's centennial. Patriotic speeches, a community picnic, games and contests, music and dancing, culminating in a fireworks display provided by a traveling showman from San Francisco. "Oh, Gideon," she breathed, looking up with undisguised enthusiasm. "It sounds wonderful. The entire town celebrating together. How festive." A shadow of reluctance crossed Gideon's face. "Crowds aren't exactly my preference," he said carefully, "and Redemption folks can be troublesome once the whiskey starts flowing." Eleanor tried to mask her disappointment, but something in her expression must have betrayed her. Gideon studied her for a moment, his gaze softening. "But if you'd like to go," he added, "we could make the trip. Been meaning to stock up on supplies anyway." "Are you certain?" Eleanor asked, not wanting him to agree merely for her sake. "I know how you value your privacy." Gideon's mouth quirked in that half-smile that never failed to warm her. "The Independence Day celebration only comes once a year, and this year is special, the centennial." He nodded toward the bread dough. "Finish your baking. We can discuss details over supper." As the day progressed, Eleanor found herself increasingly enthusiastic about the prospect of celebrating Independence Day in town. Her previous visit to Redemption had been colored by the unsettling encounter with the Apache medicine woman and the gossip at the church social. This event offered a chance to experience the community's more festive side. That evening, as they sat together on the porch, watching the sunset paint the western sky in brilliant oranges and purples, Eleanor broached the subject again. "I've been thinking about the celebration," she began, her fingers busy with mending one of Gideon's shirts. "If we're to attend..." I should refresh my blue dress. The hem is fraying, and it could use some embellishment to make it suitable for such a special occasion. Gideon nodded, his whittling knife moving steadily against a piece of pine. You should have what you need. The calico I brought back would make a nice trim, wouldn't it? The casual way he mentioned the fabric, as if discussing household supplies rather than a personal gift, touched Eleanor deeply. In these past weeks, her presence in his home had become so natural that such considerations were simply part of their shared life. The blue calico would complement the dress perfectly, she agreed, and perhaps a ribbon for my hair. I noticed Mrs. Higgins had some lovely ones at the general store. Get whatever you need when we're in town, Gideon said simply. Sarah's letter came with a bank draft, her way of thanking me for the last payment I sent, more than enough for celebration fripperies. Eleanor set down her mending, fixing him with a reproachful look. I have my own small savings, Gideon Kane. I don't require your sister's charity for hair ribbon. Gideon raised his hands in mock surrender, amusement warming his eyes. Never said you did, just offering options. His expression grew more serious. I want you to enjoy the day, Eleanor. You've earned some pleasure after all these months of isolation. The simple sincerity in his voice dispelled her momentary pique. Thank you, she said softly. I am looking forward to it more than I probably should. Nothing wrong with anticipation, Gideon replied, returning to his whittling. Just remember, redemption isn't Boston. Their idea of celebration tends toward the boisterous. I've become quite adaptable, Eleanor reminded him with a smile. Besides, with you beside me, what could possibly go wrong? Gideon's hands stilled for a brief moment, something unreadable flickering across his face. Then he nodded, resuming his carving without comment. The next 2 weeks passed in a flurry of preparations. Eleanor transformed her serviceable blue dress with careful additions of the calico Gideon had given her, creating a new collar and cuffs and adding a decorative panel to the skirt. She laundered and ironed her best petticoat, polished her boots, and washed her hair with precious rainwater saved specifically for the occasion. The morning of their departure found her standing before the small mirror in her room, attempting to arrange her hair in a style more elegant than her usual practical bun. The thick chestnut waves refused to cooperate, tumbling down whenever she tried to secure them. A knock at her door interrupted her frustrated efforts. Yes, she called, hastily gathering the escaped strands. May I come in? Gideon's voice came through the thin wood. Eleanor glanced down at herself, fully dressed in her newly embellished blue gown, nothing improper about her appearance despite her loose hair. Of course. Gideon opened the door, then paused on the threshold. His gaze traveled slowly from her face down the length of her dress, then back up again, taking in the transformation wrought by her careful alterations and preparations. You look... He hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Eleanor smoothed her skirts self-consciously. The alterations aren't too much. I was concerned the calico might be excessive for a frontier celebration. No, Gideon said quickly. You look beautiful. The straightforward compliment, delivered without flourish or exaggeration, affected Eleanor more deeply than the most poetic praise might have. A flush rose to her cheeks, and she turned back to the mirror to hide her pleased embarrassment. Thank you, though my hair refuses to behave this morning, she said, attempting to gather the wayward strands once more. I'm afraid I've grown accustomed to simpler styles since arriving in the territory. Gideon stepped further into the room, his reflection appearing behind hers in the small mirror. He held something in his hand, partially concealed. I have something that might help, he said, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. If you'd care to use it. He opened his palm to reveal a silver hair comb. The piece was delicate but sturdy, its upper edge decorated with a simple pattern of flowing lines that suggested flowers without being ornate. Eleanor turned to face him, her eyes wide with surprise. Gideon, it's lovely. It was my mother's, he explained, his expression solemn. Some of the few things of hers that survived. Sarah kept it all these years, sent it to me after I settled here, said it should go to someone who would appreciate its meaning. The significance of such a gift, a treasured family heirloom, his mother's possession, was not lost on Eleanor. This was no casual trinket purchased on impulse, but a deliberate offering with profound implications. I'm honored, she said softly. understanding that words were inadequate for the moment. "But are you certain you wish me to have it?" Gideon nodded, his eyes never leaving hers. "Never been more certain of anything." Eleanor turned back to the mirror, gathering her hair into a simple but elegant twist at the back of her head. Gideon stepped closer, offering the comb. Their fingers brushed as she accepted it, sending a familiar warmth through her body, despite the briefness of the contact. She secured the twist with the comb, positioning it so the silver decoration was visible against her dark hair. The effect was striking in its simplicity, the silver catching the morning light that streamed through her small window. "Perfect," Gideon said, his voice low. When Eleanor met his gaze in the mirror, she saw something in his eyes that transcended mere appreciation of her appearance. For the first time, she allowed herself to acknowledge what had been building between them over these months. Something deeper and more enduring than the practical arrangement that had brought them together, or even the physical attraction they'd acknowledged in the wake of the storm. In offering his mother's comb, Gideon Kane was doing more than providing a decorative solution for her troublesome hair. He was offering a future, perhaps not yet in words, but in a gesture that spoke volumes about his intentions. As they departed for redemption an hour later, Eleanor touching the silver comb in her hair with quiet wonder, she felt a sense of anticipation that had nothing to do with fireworks or festivities. Something significant had shifted between them this morning, a promise of permanence neither had yet voiced aloud, but which both, it seemed, had begun to envision. Redemption had transformed itself for the centennial celebration. Red, white, and blue bunting draped from every available surface. Storefronts, the church steeple, even the hitching posts along the main street. A large banner stretched across the thoroughfare proclaimed 17761-876, a century of liberty in bold letters. American flags of various sizes fluttered in the warm breeze, lending a festive air to the normally utilitarian frontier town. Eleanor took it all in with delight as Gideon guided their wagon through the unusually crowded streets. Families in their Sunday best mingled with cowboys still dusty from the trail. Children darted between adults, waving small flags and paper pinwheels. Even the town's more disreputable elements seemed to have moderated their behavior for the occasion, the saloon patrons singing patriotic songs rather than bawdy ballads. "It's wonderful," Eleanor exclaimed, her eyes bright with excitement. "Look how everyone has come together." Gideon's expression remained watchful, his gaze constantly scanning the crowd with professional assessment, but his voice held genuine warmth when he replied, "Folks do clean up nicely for the 4th. Been this way since I settled in the territory." They left their wagon at the livery stable, where Jacob, the bow-legged stablemaster, greeted them with unusual deference. "Mr. Kane, Miss Price." "Fine day for the celebration," he said, touching his hat brim. His eyes lingered briefly on Eleanor's silver comb before he turned to the horses. "I'll give your team extra grain on account of the holiday." "Appreciate it, Jacob," Gideon replied, helping Eleanor down from the wagon seat. As they walked toward the town square where most activities were centered, Eleanor noticed the glances directed their way. Unlike her previous visit, when curiosity and speculation had colored the townsfolk's regard, these looks held something closer to acceptance, perhaps even approval. "Everyone's staring again," she murmured to Gideon, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "Different kind of staring this time," he observed. "You look like you belong now, and they've had time to get used to the idea of us together." Us together? The casual phrase sent a pleasant shiver through Eleanor. They had never explicitly defined what they were to each other, yet here was Gideon, acknowledging their connection publicly and without hesitation. The town square bustled with activity. Tables laden with food lined one side, while clusters of chairs and benches had been arranged for the afternoon's speeches and musical performances. At the far end, a temporary platform had been erected for dancing, with several local men tuning fiddles and guitars in preparation. Children's games occupied the center of the square. Sack races, egg and spoon competitions, and a lively game of tug-of-war that had drawn a cheering crowd of parents. To one side, a row of ladies stood behind tables displaying pies and preserves for judging, their expressions a mixture of pride and anxiety as the designated officials made their rounds. "Miss Price, over here!" a familiar voice called out. Eleanor turned to see Mrs. Higgins waving enthusiastically from near the pie tables. She glanced at Gideon, who nodded his understanding. "Go ahead," he said. "I'll find Marshall and ask about those supply prices we discussed. Meet back here in an hour?" "Perfect," Eleanor agreed, giving his arm a gentle squeeze before making her way through the crowd toward Mrs. Higgins. The storekeeper's wife enveloped her in a surprisingly strong embrace. "Look at you," she exclaimed, holding Eleanor at arm's length to examine her appearance. "All done up so fine. And with Kane escorting you properly?" Her eyes twinkled with approval as she spotted the silver comb. "That's a lovely piece. Family heirloom, is it?" Eleanor touched the comb, warmth rising in her cheeks. "Gideon gave it to me this morning. It was his mother's." Mrs. Higgins' eyebrows rose significantly. "His mother's, you say? Well, now, that speaks volumes, doesn't it?" She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "When a man gives a lady his mother's treasures, he's thinking of permanence, mark my words." "Perhaps," Eleanor demurred, though her heart quickened at the confirmation of her own thoughts. "We haven't discussed such matters directly." "Men rarely do until they're ready to propose," Mrs. Higgins said wisely. "But the signs are clear enough. Now come along. Several ladies have been asking after you since your visit to our social. Time to make proper introductions." For the next hour, Eleanor found herself drawn into the heart of Redemption's social circle. Mrs. Higgins guided her from group to group, introducing her to merchants' wives, ranchers' daughters, and the school teacher, Miss Abernathy, a severe-looking woman of indeterminate age who thawed considerably when Eleanor expressed interest in educational methods. To her surprise, Eleanor was welcomed with genuine warmth by most. Her connection to Gideon, which had initially made her an object of speculation, now seemed to lend her a certain cachet. Several women mentioned his assistance with various matters, tracking lost livestock, investigating suspicious strangers, providing information about outlaw movements that had kept their menfolk safe. "Kane's not one for social niceties, Mrs. Peterson," the blacksmith's wife observed. "But there's not a family in this county he hasn't helped one way or another. Man has an odd way of showing it, but he cares about this community." Eleanor listened, absorbing these new perspectives on the man she had come to know so intimately yet still found surprising in many ways. The Gideon these women described, respected if somewhat feared, relied upon yet kept at a distance, was only one facet of the complex man who read poetry by lamplight and carved small wooden animals for his sister's orphans. Near the pie-judging table, Eleanor encountered the preacher's wife, Mrs. Reynolds, who greeted her with polite reserve. "Miss Price, how lovely to see you again. I trust you've been well?" Her gaze lingered briefly on Eleanor's silver comb, assessment in her eyes. "Very well, thank you," Eleanor replied. "The Independence Day celebrations are quite impressive for such a young settlement." Mrs. Reynolds nodded, seemingly satisfied with what she'd observed. "Redemption believes in honoring tradition, despite our frontier circumstances." She lowered her voice slightly. "I'm pleased to see you've maintained a sense of propriety in your unique situation. Some worried that Mr. Kane's influence might prove problematic for a young lady of your background." The subtle criticism of Gideon, couched in concern for Eleanor's reputation, stirred a protective instinct she'd never experienced in Boston society. "Mr. Kane has been the model of respectability," she said firmly. "His influence has been nothing but positive, teaching me self-reliance, frontier skills, and the true meaning of honor." Surprise flickered across Mrs. Reynolds' face, followed by a reassessment that softened her formal demeanor. "Well said, my dear. Perhaps we've underestimated both of you." She patted Eleanor's arm with genuine warmth. "Do join us for the picnic later. The ladies have prepared enough food to feed the territory twice over." As Mrs. Reynolds departed to attend to some church matter, Eleanor found herself momentarily alone amid the swirl of celebration. She watched the children playing, the young couples promenading, the older men gathering for serious political discussions, and felt a surprising sense of belonging. This community, so foreign to her just months ago, had become familiar. Not quite home, perhaps, but no longer alien territory. Her gaze drifted to the edges of the celebration, where several Apaches stood observing the festivities. Their presence was neither welcomed nor challenged, an uneasy truce that allowed them to trade but not participate. Among them, Eleanor recognized the elderly medicine woman who had grasped her wrist and proclaimed her marked by prophecy. As if sensing Eleanor's attention, the old woman looked directly at her. Even across the distance separating them, Eleanor felt the intensity of that gaze, the weight of significance it carried. The medicine woman raised one gnarled hand, palm out, in what might have been greeting or warning. Eleanor inclined her head respectfully, uncertain of the proper response, but unwilling to pretend she hadn't noticed the acknowledgement. The gesture seemed to satisfy the medicine woman, who turned to speak to a younger Apache beside her, the same young man who had served as translator during their previous encounter. After brief conversation, the young man separated from the group and began making his way around the edge of the celebration toward Eleanor. His approach was careful, designed not to draw attention from the townsfolk who might object to his presence among them. Eleanor remained where she stood, curious rather than alarmed. When he drew near, she saw that he carried something concealed in his palm, much as the medicine woman had done with her gesture. Miss with the Knight's smile, he greeted her, his English carrying the musical cadence of his native tongue. Grandmother sends greeting. Your grandmother? Eleanor asked, glancing toward the elderly woman who watched them from a distance. All elders are grandmother to the people, he explained. She is medicine woman, sees what others cannot. He extended his closed hand toward Eleanor. She sends protection. You will need soon. Cautiously, Eleanor held out her palm. The young man deposited a small object wrapped in soft leather, tied with sinew cord. When she unwrapped it partway, she discovered a stone amulet, dark green with flecks of gold, polished smooth and carved with the same crescent shape as her birthmark. Turquoise from Sacred Mountain, he explained. Powerful medicine against what comes. What is coming? Eleanor asked, keeping her voice low to avoid drawing attention. The young man's expression grew solemn. Strangers ask in many places about woman with marked wrist, not local men, men from far away. They seek something they believe you have. A chill ran through Eleanor, despite the warm afternoon. What do these men want? Who are they? Cannot say who. Only know they offer silver for news of marked woman. His dark eyes held genuine concern. Grandmother says danger follows them like shadow. Eleanor's fingers closed around the amulet, her mind racing. Could these strangers be connected to Thomas Mitchell in some way? To whatever mystery Gideon had been reluctant to explain? Thank your grandmother for her warning and her gift, she said, slipping the amulet into her pocket beside the protective pouch she'd received during her previous visit. Tell her I'm grateful for her concern. The young man nodded, then tensed suddenly, his gaze shifting to a point behind Eleanor. Your protector comes, he murmured, already beginning to withdraw. Remember, wear stone against skin when Earth speaks again. Before Eleanor could question this cryptic instruction, a familiar presence materialized at her side. Gideon stood beside her, his stance casual but his eyes sharp as they followed the retreating Apache. Making new friends? He asked, his tone deliberately light, though Eleanor detected the alertness beneath. That was the young man who translated for the medicine woman during my last visit, she explained. He approached to deliver a message. Gideon's posture shifted subtly, protective instincts fully engaged. What kind of message? Eleanor hesitated, debating how much to share in such a public setting. A warning, she said finally. Apparently strangers have been asking about a woman with a marked wrist in the territory, offering silver for information. The change in Gideon was immediate and alarming. His expression hardened, eyes scanning the celebration with new intensity, right hand dropping casually to rest near his holstered revolver. Did he describe these men? Say where they'd been seen? The questions came rapid fire, his voice lowered to prevent others from overhearing. No, only that they weren't local. Eleanor studied his reaction with growing concern. Gideon, do you know who these men might be? Are they connected to what you've been reluctant to tell me? For a moment, it seemed he might finally share whatever knowledge he'd been withholding. Then a loud cheer erupted from the children's games, breaking the fragile bubble of privacy around their conversation. Not here, Gideon said, echoing his words from their previous visit to town. He took her elbow gently, guiding her away from the edge of the celebration toward the more populated center. Stay close to me for the rest of the day. Don't wander off alone. You truly believe I might be in danger? Eleanor asked. torn between alarm at his reaction and frustration at yet another delay in learning the full truth. Gideon's expression softened slightly as he looked down at her, though the vigilance never left his eyes. "Probably nothing to worry about," he said, clearly attempting to reassure her. "But I don't take chances with your safety." The protective declaration might have warmed her under different circumstances. Now, however, it only underscored how much remained unspoken between them, even as they presented the appearance of a united couple to Redemption's curious eyes. As they rejoined the main celebration, where the mayor was preparing to deliver a patriotic address from a bunting-draped platform, Eleanor resolved that this would be the last time she accepted Gideon's evasions. Whatever secrets surrounded her birthmark, her locket, and Thomas Mitchell, she deserved to know them, especially if they placed her in potential danger. For today, she would enjoy the centennial celebration as planned, but when they returned to the homestead, she would demand the full truth, regardless of what promises bound Gideon's tongue. The silver comb caught the afternoon sun as she turned her face toward the speaking platform, its weight in her hair a reminder of connections both revealed and concealed. The visible token of Gideon's feelings, juxtaposed against the invisible shadow of his secrets. The afternoon celebration was reaching its peak when Gideon felt the first prickle of unease at the back of his neck. Years of tracking dangerous men had honed his instincts to a razor's edge, and those instincts were now clamoring for attention. He scanned the crowd systematically, one hand resting casually on Eleanor's back as she conversed with Mrs. Higgins about the upcoming pie judging. Nothing seemed immediately amiss. Children shrieked with delight at their games, the women bustled about with platters of food, men gathered in small groups discussing cattle prices and mining prospects, all normal activities for such an event. Then his gaze caught on a cluster of strangers near the hotel entrance. 5 men, 2 well-dressed for local ranchers or miners, stood slightly apart from the general festivities. Their clothing marked them as gentlemen of means. Fine coats despite the heat, polished boots, gold watch chains, but it was their bearing that truly distinguished them from the frontier crowd, the straight backs and alert postures of military men trying to appear casual. One man stood slightly apart even from this group. Tall, distinguished, with silver streaks in his dark hair and beard, he carried himself with the unmistakable authority of command. Though dressed in civilian clothing, everything about him proclaimed his military background. Recognition hit Gideon with the force of a physical blow. Colonel Harlan Bishop, former Confederate officer, rumored leader of a band of unreconstructed rebels who refused to acknowledge the war's end. A man Gideon had encountered only once during the conflict, but whose reputation for both tactical brilliance and ruthless brutality had been legendary among Union forces. Memories surfaced unbidden. A cold winter day in Virginia. 1864. Gideon's cavalry unit had captured several Confederate officers after a skirmish. Among the prisoners was a young lieutenant who'd served under Bishop's command. Half delirious with a fever, the lieutenant had babbled about atrocities committed against Union prisoners, describing Bishop's cold calculation as he'd ordered wounded captives shot rather than transported. When questioned later, the lieutenant denied everything, terror in his eyes as he insisted he'd been raving. But Gideon had believed the fevered confession, not the frightened retraction. He'd filed the information away, never imagining it would become relevant more than a decade later in the Arizona Territory. Gideon tensed as he realized Bishop's gaze was directed straight at Eleanor. The colonel studied her with focused interest, his eyes occasionally dropping to her hands, visible as she gestured during her conversation. He was looking for her birthmark, Gideon realized, the crescent shape that had so excited the Apache medicine woman. "Eleanor," Gideon said quietly, interrupting her conversation with Mrs. Higgins, "I need to speak with Marshal Dawson about something. Will you be all right here for a few minutes?" Eleanor glanced up at him, surprise flickering across her features at his formal tone. "Of course. Mrs. Higgins and I are just discussing the merits of vinegar versus lemon juice in apple pies. Quite riveting." Her smile faded as she registered his expression. "Is something wrong?" "Just routine," he assured her, though his eyes conveyed a different message. "Stay with Mrs. Higgins. I won't be long." Gideon made his way through the crowd toward the marshal's station, taking an indirect route that allowed him to keep Eleanor in his peripheral vision while appearing casual to Bishop's watching eyes. Marshal Dawson stood outside his office, looking uncomfortable in a freshly brushed coat that strained across his barrel chest. "Kane?" the marshal greeted him, nodding. "Didn't expect to see you at the festivities. Not exactly your usual entertainment." "Special occasion," Gideon replied tersely. "Those men by the hotel, you know them?" Dawson followed his gaze, squinting against the afternoon sun. "Arrived 3 days ago. Said they're investors looking at mining opportunities. Been asking around about old Spanish land grants, abandoned mines from before the war." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Seem respectable enough. Paying in gold coin, not scrip. The leader, tall man with a silver beard, name's Harlan Bishop, former Confederate colonel." Gideon kept his voice low. "He's no investor, Dawson. During the war, he led a unit that specialized in raiding behind Union lines. After surrender, he disappeared instead of accepting parole." Dawson's expression sharpened with interest. "Wanted man?" "Should be, but he's kept a low profile. Rumors connect him to gold shipments that went missing near war's end." Gideon's jaw tightened. "He's dangerous, Dawson. Keep an eye on them." The marshal studied Gideon shrewdly. "This personal, Kane?" "Could say that." Gideon offered no further explanation, his attention suddenly riveted on a scene unfolding across the square. Bishop had detached himself from his companions and was approaching Eleanor with the confident stride of a man accustomed to deference. Mrs. Higgins had been called away to assist with the pie judging, leaving Eleanor momentarily alone near the refreshment tables. "Excuse me," Gideon said abruptly, already moving before Dawson could respond. He made his way through the crowd with controlled urgency, hampered by well-meaning townsfolk who stopped to greet him, thank him for past services, or introduce family members. By the time he'd navigated halfway across the square, Bishop had already reached Eleanor and initiated conversation. Gideon observed from a distance as Bishop introduced himself with a formal bow that seemed transported from another era. Eleanor responded with the innate grace of her Boston upbringing, her expression polite but reserved. Even from this distance, Gideon could read the subtle signs of her discomfort, the slight stiffness in her posture, the way her fingers twisted the ribbon on her fan. Bishop was speaking animatedly, gesturing occasionally toward the celebration around them, clearly presenting himself as merely another visitor appreciating the territorial festivities. As Gideon drew closer, fragments of conversation became audible. "Truly remarkable to find a lady of obvious refinement in such a frontier setting," Bishop was saying, his accent revealing his Virginia origins. "One wonders what circumstances brought you to this wilderness, Miss Price." Eleanor's reply was measured, revealing nothing of significance. "A desire for new horizons, Colonel Bishop. Boston has its charms, but the West offers opportunities unavailable in established society." "Indeed it does," Bishop agreed, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Opportunities for reinvention, for discovery, for uncovering treasures, both personal and historical." He leaned slightly closer. "I myself have developed quite a passion for historical artifacts, particularly family heirlooms that connect us to our shared American past." Eleanor's hand moved unconsciously to her throat, where her grandmother's locket lay concealed beneath her dress collar. The gesture did not escape Bishop's notice, his gaze sharpening with interest. "Do you perhaps share such an interest, Miss Price? Family treasures passed through generations often carry fascinating stories, and occasionally surprising secrets." "My family was never particularly wealthy in heirlooms, Colonel," Eleanor replied, her voice revealing nothing despite the obvious probing nature of his questions. "Though I do value what little was passed to me, more for sentimental reasons than historical significance." "Sentiment often blinds us to true value," Bishop observed, his tone philosophical, though his eyes remained calculating. "I've found that seemingly ordinary objects, a letter, a piece of jewelry, a simple coded message, can prove extraordinarily important when placed in proper context." Gideon had heard enough. He closed the remaining distance between them with purposeful strides, positioning himself at Eleanor's side with a casualness that belied his internal tension. "Eleanor," he said, his hand coming to rest lightly at the small of her back in a gesture both protective and possessive. "I see you've met one of our visitors." He turned to Bishop, meeting the former colonel's gaze directly. "Harlan Bishop, it's been a long time." Bishop's composed expression faltered momentarily, surprise flickering across his features before his mask of genteel civility slipped back into place. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure, Mr. Kane, Gideon Kane." He held Bishop's gaze steadily. "We never met formally, but I served with the 6th Ohio Cavalry. Winter Campaign, Virginia, 64. Understanding dawned in Bishop's eyes, followed by a cold assessment. "Ah, a fellow soldier, though we served different flags. The fortunes of war make for strange encounters, do they not?" His smile remained fixed, but a new wariness entered his posture. "Miss Price and I were just discussing the fascinating histories carried by family heirlooms." "Eleanor's not much for idle conversation about personal matters," Gideon said, his tone pleasant, but his meaning unmistakable, "especially on a day meant for celebration." Bishop inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the rebuff without surrendering his courtly demeanor. "Of course, I wouldn't dream of imposing upon the lady's privacy." He turned to Eleanor, executing another formal bow. "Perhaps we might continue our discussion at this evening's dance, Miss Price? I find history so much more engaging when discussed to music." Before Eleanor could respond, Gideon interjected smoothly, "I'm afraid Miss Price's dance card is quite full this evening, Colonel. Small-town enthusiasm for such rare occasions, you understand." The tension between the men crackled like heat lightning, perceptible despite their outwardly civil exchange. Eleanor glanced between them, clearly sensing the undercurrents, though unaware of their source. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Colonel Bishop," she said diplomatically. "I hope you enjoy Redemption's hospitality during your stay, brief though it may be." Bishop smiled, though his eyes remained fixed on Gideon. "Oh, I expect my business in the area might require an extended visit, Miss Price. The territory holds treasures worth pursuing with patience and persistence." He tipped his hat formally. "Until this evening, then. I look forward to observing these frontier celebrations in their full glory." As Bishop strode away, rejoining his companions near the hotel, Eleanor turned to Gideon with questioning eyes. "You know that man? From the war?" "By reputation more than personal acquaintance," Gideon replied, his gaze still tracking Bishop through the crowd. "We'll discuss it later." Another postponement. Eleanor's voice held a note of frustration she couldn't entirely suppress. "Gideon, I'm growing weary of half-truths and delayed explanations." He finally looked down at her, his expression softening as he registered her genuine concern. "I know, and you deserve better." He glanced around at the crowded square where curious eyes had already noted their exchange with Bishop. "But this isn't the place. Too many ears, too many complications." Eleanor sighed, her frustration evident but held in check by the public setting. "Very well, but I will hold you to your word. This evening, once we've returned to the homestead, I expect the full truth. About Colonel Bishop, about Thomas Mitchell, about whatever connection exists to my locket and birthmark." Gideon nodded, knowing he could no longer justify withholding information that might protect her. "This evening," he agreed. "Everything I know." As they rejoined the general celebration, Gideon maintained his outward appearance of relaxed attendance while his mind raced through calculations and contingencies. Bishop's presence in Redemption, his interest in Eleanor, the pointed references to encoded messages and historical artifacts all confirmed Gideon's worst suspicions about the true purpose behind Thomas Mitchell's correspondence with Eleanor. The danger he'd hoped to shield her from had found them, despite his precautions. Now, his only option was to ensure she understood enough to protect herself, while somehow keeping her safely away from Harlan Bishop and whatever ruthless scheme the former Confederate officer was pursuing. As twilight descended over Redemption, the celebration transformed. Lanterns were lit, strung between buildings and trees to create pools of golden light throughout the town square. The platform erected for speeches and musical performances had been cleared for dancing, and local musicians assembled with fiddles, guitars, and a wheezing accordion. Eleanor stood with Mrs. Higgins near the refreshment tables, watching the preparations with anticipation, despite the troubling encounter with Colonel Bishop and Gideon's evident concern. She found herself looking forward to the evening's festivities. Dancing had been one of her few genuine pleasures in Boston society, a rare opportunity to set aside propriety's strictest constraints and enjoy the simple pleasure of music and movement. "Will you dance this evening, Miss Price?" Mrs. Higgins asked, offering Eleanor a cup of lemonade. "We don't get many opportunities for proper dancing in Redemption." "I hope to," Eleanor replied, her gaze drifting to where Gideon stood in conversation with several ranchers. "Though I'm not certain Mr. Kane shares my enthusiasm for the activity." Mrs. Higgins chuckled knowingly. "Men like Kane rarely admit to such frivolous talents, but you'd be surprised. My John looks stiff as a fence post most days, but get a fiddle playing and he can still swing me around like we're 20 again." The first chords of music rose into the evening air, and couples began to gather near the platform. Gideon concluded his conversation and made his way toward Eleanor, his expression watchful yet determined. "They're starting the dancing," he said, offering his arm. "Shall we join them?" Eleanor accepted with pleased surprise. "I wasn't certain you danced, Mr. Kane." A hint of that rare smile touched his lips. "There's a great deal you don't yet know about me, Miss Price. Perhaps tonight will prove illuminating in more ways than one." As they took their places among the other couples for the opening reel, Eleanor was acutely conscious of curious glances directed their way. Gideon Kane participating in a community dance was apparently a noteworthy event in Redemption. His usual reserve and formidable reputation made such social engagement unexpected. The music swelled, and Eleanor quickly discovered that Gideon danced with the same quiet competence he brought to all physical activities. His movements were confident and precise, guiding her through the patterns of the reel with surprising grace for a man of his size and usual gravity. "You dance beautifully," she said during a moment when the pattern brought them together. "Another skill acquired during the war?" "Before," he replied, turning her smoothly beneath his raised arm. "My mother insisted all her children learn, said it built character and coordination." She was clearly a wise woman, Eleanor observed, thinking of the silver comb secured in her hair, his mother's treasured possession, now entrusted to her. "She was," Gideon agreed, his expression softening momentarily with memory. Then his attention sharpened again, gaze flickering to a point beyond her shoulder. "Bishop's watching us, has been all evening." Eleanor resisted the urge to turn and look. Why is he so interested in me? What possible connection could exist between a Confederate colonel and a Boston merchant's daughter? The dance pattern separated them briefly before bringing them together again. When Gideon spoke, his voice was pitched low enough that only she could hear. "It's not you he's interested in, but what he believes you possess." Gideon's hand tightened fractionally on hers as he guided her through a turn. "Eleanor, the time for half-truths is past. Thomas Mitchell was working for Bishop when you began corresponding." Though she had suspected some connection, the confirmation still startled her. Mitchell worked for Colonel Bishop? Doing what? Scouting, primarily, identifying potential locations, making inquiries that wouldn't attract attention. Gideon's expression darkened. "Bishop is obsessed with finding a cache of Confederate gold that disappeared during the war's final days. What has that to do with me?" Eleanor asked, struggling to maintain her composure and the proper dance steps while absorbing this revelation. "Your locket," Gideon said simply. "The markings inside. They're a cipher key, part of a coded message believed to reveal the gold's location." Eleanor missed a step, quickly recovering as Gideon steadied her. "My grandmother's locket? But that's impossible. It's been in my mother's family for generations, long before any conflict between North and South." "The locket itself isn't Confederate," Gideon clarified as they continued to move through the dance. "But someone discovered that its interior markings could be used to decode certain messages. Mitchell was sent to Boston specifically to find a locket matching a particular description. Your correspondence about family heirlooms confirmed he'd found what Bishop sought." Eleanor's mind raced, recalling Thomas Mitchell's seemingly innocent inquiries about family treasures, his specific interest in items predating 1820. "So my journey to Arizona was never about marriage," Gideon finished grimly. "It was about bringing the cipher key to Bishop. Mitchell probably planned to acquire your locket once you arrived, then send you back east with some excuse. Or worse." The music swelled toward the reel's conclusion, forcing them apart for the final sequence of the dance. Eleanor moved through the steps automatically, her thoughts in turmoil. The foundations of her journey west. Her entire understanding of recent months had just been upended. Thomas Mitchell had never intended marriage, only to use her as an unwitting courier for a decoding key hidden in her family heirloom. As the music ended and couples applauded the musicians, Eleanor found herself studying Gideon with new understanding and new questions. You were tracking Mitchell because of his connection to Bishop and this Confederate gold? Before Gideon could respond, a cultured voice interrupted from behind her. Might I claim the next dance, Miss Price? Eleanor turned to find Colonel Bishop standing before her, hand extended in formal invitation. Up close, she could now see the cold calculation beneath his courtly manner, the predatory assessment in eyes that missed nothing. I believe I promised this dance to... She began, seeking an excuse to decline. I insist, Bishop interrupted smoothly. It would be most discourteous to deny a visitor the pleasure of your company, particularly when Mr. Kane has already enjoyed the privilege. His smile remained fixed, but a harder edge entered his voice. Besides, I have so many questions about Boston. Perhaps you could enlighten me about the city's current cultural offerings. The deliberate reminder of her origins and implied knowledge of her background carried a subtle threat that Eleanor recognized immediately. This man had investigated her thoroughly, had orchestrated Thomas Mitchell's correspondence, had tracked her journey west. Refusing him publicly might provoke a confrontation that would endanger the celebration's peaceful atmosphere. She glanced at Gideon, reading the tension in his jaw, the almost imperceptible shake of his head. He didn't want her to dance with Bishop, but recognized, as she did, the potential consequences of an open refusal. Dance, Colonel," Eleanor conceded with cool politeness, "though I fear my knowledge of Boston's current attractions is somewhat outdated given my months in the territory." Bishop smiled, triumph glinting in his eyes as he extended his arm. "Even outdated insights from a lady of your refinement would be most educational, Miss Price." Gideon stepped close before Eleanor could take Bishop's arm. "I'll be right here," he said quietly, the promise carrying weight beyond the simple words. She nodded slightly, then allowed Bishop to lead her toward the platform, where couples were assembling for the next dance. A waltz, judging by the musicians' preparations. As they took their positions, Eleanor became aware of subtle movements throughout the square. Bishop's well-dressed companions had positioned themselves strategically around the dance area, their casual postures belied by the alertness in their stance, the careful placement that ensured they could observe the entire gathering. Bishop's hand settled at her waist, maintaining proper distance, yet somehow managing to convey possession rather than respect. His other hand clasped hers with cool formality as the music began. "You dance wonderfully, Miss Price," he observed as they moved into the waltz familiar pattern. "Such accomplishments are the mark of proper upbringing, something increasingly rare in these frontier territories." "Thank you," Eleanor replied, keeping her tone non-committal. Now that she understood his true interest, every courtesy from Bishop felt calculated rather than genuine. "I must say I find your situation most intriguing," he continued, guiding her through a turn with practiced ease. "A Boston lady of quality, traveling alone to marry a man she'd never met, only to find herself residing with a Union cavalry officer turned bounty hunter." His smile remained pleasant, though his eyes hardened. "Life takes unexpected turns, does it not?" "Indeed it does, Colonel," Eleanor agreed, matching his conversational tone while revealing nothing. "The war created unusual circumstances for many." "Ah, the war." Bishop's expression grew distant, though his steps never faltered. "Some believe it ended at Appomattox, others understand it merely changed form." His gaze refocused on her face with uncomfortable intensity. "Tell me, Miss Price, do you believe a cause is truly lost simply because conventional battles have ceased?" The question carried weight beyond philosophical musing. Eleanor chose her words carefully. "I believe that holding too firmly to past conflicts prevents us from building a peaceful future, Colonel. Some battles once decided are best left in history's pages." Bishop laughed softly, the sound holding no genuine mirth. Spoken like someone whose side emerged victorious. Those of us who saw our way of life destroyed might view history's judgment as premature rather than final. His grip tightened fractionally as he guided her through another turn, bringing them farther from where Gideon stood watching. Eleanor noted with growing unease that they had drifted to the edge of the dance area, where Bishop's men had created a subtle corridor of sorts, separating them from the main celebration. "I understand you wear a family locket of some antiquity," Bishop said, abruptly changing tactics. "A silver piece with unusual engravings inside. Such craftsmanship fascinates me. Might I be permitted to examine it? Purely from historical interest, you understand." Eleanor's pulse quickened, though she maintained her outward composure. "I'm afraid I left it at home this evening, Colonel. The clasp has grown unreliable with age." Bishop's expression hardened momentarily before smoothing back into practiced civility. "How unfortunate. Perhaps another time during my stay in Redemption." The music was building toward its conclusion as he added, "I do hope Mr. Kane appreciates the historical value of such an item. Men of his profession often focus on immediate worth rather than historical significance." "Mr. Kane has a profound appreciation for history, Colonel," Eleanor replied, unable to entirely suppress the edge in her voice. "Particularly the accurate recording of events as they truly occurred, rather than as some might wish to remember them." The barb struck home, a flash of anger crossing Bishop's features before he mastered it. "History is written by victors, Miss Price, but some of us are working to ensure alternative accounts survive." The music ended, and he released her with formal correctness. "I thank you for the dance. I suspect we'll have opportunity for further conversation very soon." The ominous undertone in his final words sent a chill through Eleanor, despite the warm evening. As Bishop bowed and stepped away, she realized they had ended the dance much farther from Gideon than they had begun, now standing near the edge of the town square where shadows gathered between lantern-lit areas. She turned to make her way back toward the center of the celebration, only to find one of Bishop's men casually blocking her path. He smiled apologetically, seeming to adjust his position to let her pass, yet somehow continuing to impede her progress. Another appeared to her right, his stance similarly casual yet effectively hemming her in. Before she could decide how to respond to this subtle maneuvering, Gideon materialized beside her, his hand coming to rest possessively at her waist. "The fireworks will be starting soon," he said, his tone conversational, though his eyes conveyed a different message entirely as they assessed Bishop's men. "We should find a good viewing position." The men exchanged glances, then stepped aside with exaggerated courtesy. As Gideon guided her back toward the celebration's center, Eleanor leaned close to him. "They were trying to separate me from the crowd," she murmured, keeping her expression pleasant for any watching eyes. "I noticed," Gideon replied grimly. "Bishop's not waiting for subtlety anymore. He wants that locket, and he's grown impatient." "What do we do?" Eleanor asked, her mind racing through possible strategies. Gideon's hand tightened protectively at her waist. "We stay visible for the fireworks. Then we make our excuses and leave. Immediately, without returning to the livery for our wagon. I have a friend who'll lend us horses." "Leave our wagon? All our supplies?" Eleanor questioned, though she trusted his judgment. "Things can be replaced," Gideon said simply. "You can't." The gravity in his voice underscored the danger he perceived. Whatever game Colonel Bishop was playing, whatever value he placed on the cipher in her locket, Gideon clearly believed the former Confederate officer would stop at nothing to obtain it. As they joined the crowd gathering for the fireworks display, Eleanor caught a glimpse of Bishop watching them from near the hotel, his expression coldly assessing as he conferred with his men. The evening's festivities continued around them. Children laughing, couples holding hands, townspeople exclaiming over the decorations, all unaware of the dangerous currents flowing beneath the celebration's surface. Eleanor's hand found Gideon's, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that sought reassurance as much as it offered it. Whatever came next, they would face it together, the bounty hunter and the mail-order bride, bound by circumstances neither could have anticipated, yet now irrevocably connected through shared danger and growing affection. Above them, the first firework exploded against the night sky, momentarily bathing the crowd in brilliant light that illuminated faces upturned in wonder, and Colonel Bishop's men, strategically positioned throughout the gathering, their attention fixed not on the pyrotechnic display, but on Eleanor and Gideon. The first firework screamed skyward, leaving a trail of sparks before exploding in a cascade of blue and silver against the night sky. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, followed by applause and exclamations of delight. Children pointed excitedly, adults tilted their heads back to admire the display, momentarily transported by the spectacle above. Eleanor stood beside Gideon, near the edge of the gathering, his solid presence reassuring despite the tension coiling between them. His hand remained firmly at her waist, a protective gesture that had become familiar over their months together. Though her gaze lifted toward the brilliant bursts of color overhead, she remained acutely aware of their precarious situation. "We'll slip away during the finale," Gideon murmured, his lips close to her ear to be heard over the explosions and appreciative cries. "Mason's livery is at the north end of town. He'll have horses ready." Eleanor nodded slightly, not trusting her voice. The revelations of the past hour had shaken her deeply. Thomas Mitchell's duplicity, the true purpose behind her journey west, the dangerous obsession that had brought Colonel Bishop to redemption, all pointed to a peril she was only beginning to comprehend. Another firework burst overhead, this one a brilliant red starburst that bathed the upturned faces below in crimson light. In that momentary illumination, Eleanor caught glimpses of Bishop's men shifting position throughout the crowd, subtle movements that might appear random to casual observers, but formed a clear pattern to watchful eyes. "They're moving," she whispered, her fingers tightening on Gideon's arm. He nodded once, his gaze tracking the nearest of Bishop's associates, a broad-shouldered man whose gentlemanly attire couldn't quite disguise his military bearing. "Stay close. If anything happens, head straight for the church. Reverend Parker will help you." Before Eleanor could respond, a hand closed around her upper arm from behind, the grip precisely calibrated, firm enough to control but not so tight as to leave visible bruising. Colonel Bishop stepped up beside her, positioning himself so smoothly that surrounding townsfolk, entranced by the aerial display, registered nothing amiss. "The fireworks are magnificent, are they not, Miss Price?" he observed conversationally, though his fingers dug painfully into her flesh. Such fleeting beauty, gone in an instant, rather like opportunities that slip through one's grasp. Eleanor felt Gideon tense beside her, his hand moving instinctively toward his holstered revolver. Bishop tisked softly. "I wouldn't, Kane," he murmured, his refined accent at odds with the cold threat in his voice. "My men have positioned themselves throughout this charming gathering. Any aggressive move on your part would have most unfortunate consequences for these innocent celebrants." Gideon's hand stilled, though the tension in his body suggested a predator momentarily restrained, not subdued. "What do you want, Bishop?" "Merely a private conversation with Miss Price," Bishop replied smoothly as another firework burst overhead, temporarily drowning further discussion in its thunderous report. A simple exchange of historical artifacts, nothing that need concern a bounty hunter whose interests lie solely in living quarry rather than antiquities. Eleanor tried to step away from Bishop's grip, but his fingers only tightened, causing her to wince despite her determination to show no weakness. "Release her," Gideon demanded, his voice pitched low enough that only they could hear it beneath the continuing explosions overhead. Bishop's smile never reached his eyes. "In due time, once our business is concluded." He turned his attention fully to Eleanor. "Come now, Miss Price, surely you've realized by now that your grandmother's locket holds value beyond sentiment. Give it to me, and this evening can conclude peacefully for all concerned." "I don't have it with me," Eleanor replied, meeting his gaze steadily despite her racing heart. "As I told you during our dance, it's at home." Irritation flickered across Bishop's aristocratic features. "A disappointing deception from a lady of your background?" His grip shifted, drawing her subtly away from Gideon even as he continued speaking. "We can retrieve it together. A brief excursion to Mr. Kane's homestead, where I'm certain you'll be most cooperative." The crowd around them oohed and awed as 3 fireworks exploded in rapid succession, painting the night sky with bursts of gold and green. In the heightened noise and distraction, two of Bishop's men edged closer, effectively forming a barrier between Eleanor and Gideon. Gideon's expression darkened as he recognized the maneuver. "This won't end well for you, Bishop," he warned, his hand once again drifting toward his holster despite the earlier threat. "On the contrary," Bishop replied, "I've planned this moment with great care, unlike poor Mitchell, who allowed sentiment to cloud his judgment." He leaned closer to Eleanor, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered, "Did you truly believe a man of breeding would arrange marriage with an unknown female merely through correspondence? Thomas never intended to marry you, my dear. You were merely the courier, the unwitting vessel carrying what I've sought these many years." The cruel truth, delivered with such casual disdain, struck Eleanor like a physical blow. Though Gideon had already revealed Mitchell's deception, hearing it confirmed by the architect of the scheme himself made it somehow more viscerally painful. The final collapse of the future she had imagined when she first left Boston. "The finale appears to be beginning," Bishop observed, as the rate of fireworks increased, the explosions coming faster, louder, filling the sky with a dazzling array of colors and patterns. "Perfect timing." He gave a slight nod to his men. The broad-shouldered associate who had been edging closer suddenly stumbled against a group of onlookers, creating a ripple of disruption that widened the space between Gideon and Eleanor. Simultaneously, Bishop's grip tightened as he began propelling her backward, away from the crowd's main concentration. Gideon lunged forward, shoving aside the men who had positioned themselves between him and Eleanor. "Eleanor!" he called, his voice nearly lost in the thunderous crescendo of the fireworks finale. Bishop's men moved with practiced coordination, two of them interceding to block Gideon's advance, while others positioned at the crowd's perimeter began their previously arranged distraction. "Apache!" came a sudden cry from the darkness beyond the celebration. "Apache raiders at the south edge of town." The false alarm, strategically timed with the fireworks peak, produced the intended effect. Shouts of alarm spread through the gathering. Men reached for weapons, women clutched children close. The celebration's joyous atmosphere dissolving into confusion and fear. "Remain calm," Marshal Dawson bellowed, trying to restore order, but his voice was drowned in the cacophony of explosions overhead and panicked cries from the crowd. Bishop seized the opportunity created by his men's diversion, dragging Eleanor backward with surprising strength for a man of his age and refinement. She struggled against his grip, but her efforts were hampered by her long skirts and the surrounding confusion. "Gideon!" she cried, catching a glimpse of him fighting to reach her, his progress blocked by the surging crowd and Bishop's men who continued to impede his path. "Your bounty hunter can't help you now," Bishop hissed, his cultured veneer falling away to reveal the ruthless commander beneath. "The locket, Miss Price. Where is it actually kept? Save yourself unnecessary discomfort by being forthcoming." "I'll tell you nothing," Eleanor retorted, driving her heel down hard on his instep. Bishop grunted in pain but maintained his grip, twisting her arm behind her back with calculated precision. "Spirited but unwise," he muttered. "You'll cooperate eventually, they all do." They had reached the edge of the celebration area, where several saddled horses waited in the shadow. Eleanor realized with growing dread that Bishop had planned this abduction in meticulous detail, positioning mounts for a swift escape under cover of the fireworks and the false Apache alarm. She glanced back desperately, searching for Gideon among the chaotic scene behind them. For a moment, she couldn't locate him amid the swirling confusion of townspeople. Then she spotted him, fighting through the crowd with single-minded determination, his face set in lines of cold fury as he shoved past obstacles both human and otherwise. Their eyes met across the distance, a moment of connection that carried a world of unspoken meaning. She saw the promise in his gaze, the unwavering resolve that told her, more clearly than words ever could, that he would find her, whatever it took, wherever Bishop might take her. Then Gideon staggered suddenly, as one of Bishop's men stepped up behind him, bringing something heavy down on the back of his head. Eleanor cried out in horror as he dropped to one knee, momentarily stunned by the cowardly blow. "No!" The word tore from her throat as Bishop roughly lifted her onto one of the waiting horses, mounting behind her and securing her with an arm like iron around her waist. "Your concern for him is touching but misplaced," Bishop said coldly. A pity he involved himself in matters beyond his understanding. Gideon was struggling to rise, blood streaming from a gash on his temple, his movements uncharacteristically uncoordinated. Two of Bishop's men closed in, preparing to deliver additional blows, while their comrades mounted nearby horses. Eleanor fought against Bishop's restraining arm, desperate to help Gideon, but powerless to break free. The colonel jerked the reins, turning his mount toward the edge of town where darkness would swallow them. Before they departed, Bishop raised his voice to address the scattered remnants of the celebration, now a scene of confusion and alarm. "Remember this night," he called, his Virginia accent carrying clearly despite the continuing commotion. "The marked woman brings destruction, just as the prophecy foretold." With that proclamation calculated to stir already inflamed superstitions about Eleanor's birthmark and the Apache legends, he drove his spurs into the horse's flanks. The animal leaped forward, carrying them away from the light and noise of Redemption's Independence Day celebration, now transformed from joyous patriotic observance to chaotic disorder. Eleanor's last glimpse of the town showed Gideon on his feet again, swaying but determined, his eyes locked on her retreating form with a promise that transcended the growing distance between them. Whatever Bishop intended, whatever dangers lay ahead, she clung to that final image, the certainty that Gideon Kane would come for her, as relentless in this pursuit as he had been in every other. The knowledge gave her courage as they galloped into the darkness, away from civilization and toward whatever fate awaited her at the hands of a man obsessed with lost Confederate gold and the cipher key she unwittingly carried.